Hello everyone and welcome. This is Potter Vibe speaking. We have handpicked a wonderful story for today. McGonagall handed in her resignation the moment she saw Harry's name come out of the goblet, and took him straight to Gringotts. New videos drop regularly, so subscribe and hit the bell to stay updated. And don't forget to like if you enjoy the story. Shall we begin? Here goes. Chapter 1, Broken Oaths. Harry Potter. The name hung in the air of the great hall like a curse. Albus Dumbledore stood frozen, the small piece of parchment trembling slightly between his fingers. The celebratory atmosphere that had accompanied the selection of the three champions, Fleur Delacour, Victor Crumb, and Cedric Diggory, evaporated instantly. Harry felt his stomach drop as hundreds of heads swiveled toward him. The silence pressed against his eardrums until he could hear the blood rushing through his veins. This couldn't be happening. Not again. Not another year where he was singled out, marked as different. I didn't put my name in, he whispered to Ron and Hermione. You know I didn't. Ron's face had gone pale, his freckles standing out starkly. He said nothing, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm with surprising strength. Harry Potter. Dumbledore called again, his voice echoing off the enchanted ceiling where stars glittered indifferently to the drama unfolding below. Go on, Hermione urged, giving him a gentle push. Harry stood on legs that felt disconnected from his body. The walk to the front of the great hall stretched into infinity, the whispers creating a corridor of suspicion around him. He's not even 17. Always has to be the center of attention. Cheater. At the staff table, most of the professors wore expressions ranging from shock to disapproval. Professor Snape's face had twisted into a particularly venomous sneer. But it was Professor McGonagall who caught Harry's attention. Her face had gone deathly white, her lips pressed into the thinnest line he had ever seen. Their eyes met briefly, and Harry was startled by what he saw there, not anger or disappointment, but something that looked remarkably like fear. Well, through the door, Harry, Dumbledore said, gesturing to where the other champions had disappeared. Harry moved as if sleepwalking, aware of the headmaster following close behind. Before he reached the door, a sharp voice cut through the murmurs. No. The word was not loud, but it landed with the impact of a reducto curse. The hall fell completely silent as Professor McGonagall stood, her emerald robes rustling as she stepped away from the staff table. Minerva? Dumbledore turned, surprise evident in his voice. I said no, Albus. McGonagall's Scottish accent had thickened, a sure sign of her agitation. This has gone far enough. She strode forward with remarkable speed, her tall figure imposing as she positioned herself between Harry and the headmaster. Professor McGonagall, Harry began, but she raised a hand to silence him, her eyes never leaving Dumbledore. I, Minerva McGonagall, hereby tender my resignation as Deputy Headmistress and Professor of Transfiguration at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, effective immediately. Her voice rang out clearly, carrying to every corner of the stunned hall. Dumbledore's face lost its usual benign expression. Minerva, this is hardly the time or place, on the contrary, this is exactly the time and place. McGonagall turned slightly to address the crowd. I swore an oath when I became a teacher to protect the children placed in my care. That oath has been broken, not by me, but by this institution and its leadership. Murmurs broke out across the hall as students and staff alike tried to process what was happening. At the staff table, Professors Flitwick and Sprout exchanged alarmed glances while Snape's expression had shifted from contempt to wary calculation. Professor, please, Harry whispered, mortified to be the cause of such disruption. Don't do this because of me. McGonagall finally looked down at him, her expression softening momentarily. Not because of you, Potter. For you. And for others I have failed before you. She turned back to face Dumbledore, who had moved closer, his blue eyes no longer twinkling but sharp with intensity. You know what this is, Albus, she said, her voice lower now but no less determined. A 14-year-old boy's name emerging from an artifact protected by an age line that you yourself cast. This is no accident or schoolboy prank. This is an attempt on his life, and I will not stand by while another Potter is sacrificed. Dumbledore extended his hand slightly. Minerva, I understand your concern. Let us discuss this privately after we've dealt with the immediate situation. There is nothing to discuss. My decision is made. McGonagall's wand appeared in her hand, though she kept it pointed toward the floor. Mr. Potter will not be participating in this tournament. In fact, Mr. Potter will be leaving Hogwarts tonight, with me. Gasps echoed throughout the hall. Harry felt as though the floor was tilting beneath him. You can't just take him, Snape said, having approached soundlessly during their confrontation. Potter is a student of this school, not your personal property. McGonagall's gaze when it shifted to Snape was arctic. I'm acting in loco parentis, severus, a concept with which you appear fundamentally unfamiliar. As Mr. Potter's former head of house, she corrected herself, I am removing him from a dangerous situation. The boy's guardians, Dumbledore began. The boy's guardians, McGonagall cut in with razor-sharp precision, have never once responded to a school communication, attended a parent meeting, or shown the slightest interest in his welfare. I've told you for years that those muggles were unsuitable. She returned her attention to Harry. Mr. Potter, collect your wand and anything immediately essential. We're leaving. Harry stood frozen, caught between years of instinctive obedience to authority and the unprecedented sight of McGonagall in open rebellion. Potter. McGonagall's voice softened slightly. Harry. Trust me. Please. Something in her tone, in the rare use of his first name, made the decision for him. He nodded, his throat too tight for words. This is most irregular, said a new voice, and Harry turned to see Bartemius Crouch approaching, Percy Weasley hovering anxiously behind him. The boy's name came out of the goblet. According to magical law, he must compete. Magical law. McGonagall's laugh held no humor. A binding magical contract with a minor who did not consent. No court would uphold such a thing. The Goblet of Fire is ancient magic, Crouch began. Ancient magic can be manipulated like any other, McGonagall retorted. As I'm certain someone has done. Now, unless you intend to physically restrain us, Mr. Crouch, we will be leaving. The tension in the hall was palpable as Dumbledore and McGonagall locked eyes in silent battle of wills. Harry felt rather than saw movement around them, professors and ministry officials uncertain whether to intervene, students watching with wide eyes. You're making a grave mistake, Minerva, Dumbledore said softly. No, Albus. I'm finally correcting one. McGonagall placed a firm hand on Harry's shoulder. Your wand, Mr. Potter. Harry patted his robes. It's here, Professor. Good. We're leaving. Now. She guided him toward the entrance of the great hall, her stride purposeful. Harry's mind raced with questions, but the set of McGonagall's jaw told him this wasn't the moment to ask them. Stop them, someone called. Harry thought it might have been Karkaroff. McGonagall didn't break stride, but her wand hand twitched slightly. I would strongly advise against any attempts to detain us. I was dueling champion at Edinburgh when most of you were still learning to hold your wands correctly. They reached the entrance hall, McGonagall's hand still firm on Harry's shoulder. The massive oak doors of Hogwarts loomed ahead, and for the first time, Harry felt a flicker of real fear. He was about to leave the only place he'd ever considered home, with no idea where they were going or what would happen next. Professor, he began. Not yet, Potter, McGonagall murmured, her eyes scanning the hall. Once we're clear of the castle grounds. The doors swung open at a flick of her wand, revealing the night beyond. Stars glittered in the crisp November sky above the sweeping lawns that led down to the forbidden forest. They were halfway down the front steps when hurried footsteps sounded behind them. Harry! Harry, wait! He turned to see Hermione rushing after them, Ron a few paces behind her, looking conflicted. "Hermione, go back inside," Harry said urgently. She ignored him, addressing McGonagall instead. "Professor, where are you taking him? What's happening?" For a moment, McGonagall's stern expression wavered. "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, I cannot explain everything now. Rest assured that Mr. Potter will be safe with me." "But," Hermione began. "Hermione," Harry interrupted, surprising himself with the steadiness in his voice. "It's okay. I trust Professor McGonagall." Ron finally spoke, his voice gruff. "You're really leaving? Just like that?" "Mr. Weasley," McGonagall said, "I promise you will hear from your friends soon. Now, please return to the castle before you find yourselves in trouble as well." More footsteps sounded from inside the castle. McGonagall tensed. "We need to go. Now." She looked at Harry. "Can you run?" Harry nodded, and they set off across the grounds at a rapid pace, the cool night air filling his lungs. Behind them, he heard Hermione's voice raised in argument, presumably delaying whoever had come after them. They skirted the edge of the lake, its black surface reflecting the stars overhead. The gates of Hogwarts came into view, tall and imposing in the darkness. "Almost there," McGonagall said, slightly out of breath. Once we're beyond the anti-apparition wards, a silver light burst into existence ahead of them, resolving into the spectral form of a phoenix. Dumbledore's Patronus. It hovered before them, blocking their path. "Minerva," came Dumbledore's voice from the silvery bird, "you're making a terrible mistake. There are protections in place you don't understand. Bring Harry back, and we can discuss this rationally." McGonagall stopped, her face illuminated by the Patronus's glow. For a moment, Harry feared she would relent, that the lifetime of respect for Dumbledore would override her momentary rebellion. Instead, she raised her wand. Expecto Patronum. A sleek silver tabby cat erupted from her wand tip, stalking around them protectively. "Albus," she said, her voice carried by the Patronus, "I understand far more than you think. I've turned a blind eye too many times. No more." With a flick of her wand, her Patronus leapt at the phoenix, dispersing it in a shower of silver light. "Come, Potter," she said, gripping his arm firmly as they continued toward the gates. They reached the ornate ironwork just as shouts echoed across the grounds behind them. McGonagall waved her wand in a complex pattern, and the gates swung open. "Quickly," she urged, pulling Harry through. The moment they crossed the boundary, she turned to face him, her expression grave in the moonlight. "I need you to trust me completely for the next few minutes. Can you do that?" Harry nodded, adrenaline coursing through his veins. "Good." She held out her arm. "Hold on tightly. We're going to apparate." Harry grabbed her arm, remembering what he'd heard about apparition from older students. "Where are we?" His question was cut off as the world compressed around him. It felt as though he was being forced through a very tight rubber tube, pressure squeezing his chest until he couldn't breathe. Just when he thought he might suffocate, the pressure released, and he gasped in cool night air. They stood in a narrow London street, gaslights casting pools of golden light on the cobblestones. Tall buildings rose on either side, their windows dark. "Where are we?" Harry asked, fighting down nausea. "Diagon Alley, or just off it," McGonagall replied, already moving forward. "Come along. We need to reach Gringotts before they realize where we've gone." Harry hurried to keep pace with her long strides. "Gringotts? But it's the middle of the night, Gringotts never closes, Mr. Potter. One of many facts about our world that wizarding education neglects to mention." There was a bitterness in her tone that Harry had never heard before. They emerged onto Diagon Alley proper, the street nearly deserted at this hour. A few late-night shoppers hurried past, and light spilled from the windows of the leaky cauldron in the distance. Ahead, the imposing white facade of Gringotts Bank rose at the intersection, its bronze doors gleaming under magical lamps that never dimmed. Professor, Harry said as they approached the bank, what's going on? Why did you resign? Why are we here? McGonagall slowed her pace slightly, glancing around to ensure they weren't overheard. Because, Mr. Potter, tonight was the final confirmation of something I've suspected for some time. Her voice was tight with controlled anger. Your name coming out of that goblet was no accident. It was a deliberate attempt to place you in danger, deadly danger, and Albus Dumbledore knew it was a possibility, yet did nothing to prevent it. Harry's mind reeled. But Professor Dumbledore wouldn't he? McGonagall's gaze was sharp. Think, Potter. In your 3 years at Hogwarts, how many times have you faced life-threatening situations? How many times has help arrived just in time, but not soon enough to prevent the danger entirely? Harry opened his mouth to object, then closed it again. The Philosopher's Stone. The Chamber of Secrets. Sirius and the Dementors. Each time, he'd nearly died before help arrived. But that doesn't mean, we don't have time for the full explanation now, McGonagall said as they reached the steps of Gringotts. First, we need to secure your position. The goblins operate under their own laws, Dumbledore has no authority here. The bronze doors opened silently as they approached. Inside, they passed through silver doors engraved with Gringotts' famous warning to thieves, entering the vast marble hall beyond. Despite the late hour, goblin tellers worked at several counters, examining jewels or counting coins. Their activities created a quiet backdrop of clinks and scratches that echoed in the cavernous space. McGonagall approached the nearest unoccupied teller, her posture straight as a wand. We require a private meeting with account manager Nagnock regarding the Potter accounts. It's a matter of utmost urgency. The goblin peered at them over gold-rimmed spectacles, his gaze lingering on Harry's forehead where his scar was partially visible beneath his unruly hair. Does Mr. Potter have his key? The goblin asked. Harry patted his pockets uselessly. I don't, that won't be necessary, McGonagall interrupted. We're here regarding suspected tampering with the Potter accounts and inheritances. Under Goblin Banking Law, Article 7, Section 3, this grants us immediate access to the account manager without need for a key. The goblin's eyes narrowed, but he nodded grudgingly. Very well. Wait here. He hopped down from his high stool and disappeared through a door behind the counter. How did you know that law? Harry whispered. A ghost of a smile crossed McGonagall's face. I've been teaching at Hogwarts for nearly 40 years, Mr. Potter, but before that, I worked for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Some knowledge never fades. Before Harry could ask more questions, the goblin returned, accompanied by an older, more elaborately dressed goblin with a neatly trimmed white beard. Professor McGonagall. Mr. Potter. The new goblin nodded to each of them. I am Nagnock, manager of the ancient Potter accounts. Please follow me. He led them down a marble hallway, away from the main floor of the bank. Unlike the minecart tunnels Harry had visited before, this section of Gringotts was elegantly appointed with polished stone and ornate metalwork. They passed several heavy doors before Nagnock stopped at one bearing a familiar coat of arms, a shield with a griffin rampant. The Potter consultation room, Nagnock explained, pressing his palm against the door. It swung open silently, revealing a comfortable chamber with a large table of polished mahogany, surrounded by high-backed chairs. Magical lamps cast a warm glow over the room. Please, be seated. Nagnock gestured to the chairs. Now, I understand you suspect tampering with the Potter accounts. McGonagall took a seat, motioning for Harry to do the same. Indeed. However, before we proceed, I request blood verification for Mr. Potter and an inheritance test. Nagnock's bushy eyebrows rose slightly. That's a serious procedure, involving significant fees. Which will be covered by my personal account, McGonagall said firmly. Number 713. The goblin studied her for a moment before nodding. Very well. If you're willing to stake your own gold on this matter, it must be serious indeed. He reached into a drawer beneath the table and withdrew a shallow stone basin and an ornate silver dagger. Harry eyed the dagger warily. "It just requires 3 drops of blood, Mr. Potter," Nagnock explained. "The magic does the rest." Harry glanced at McGonagall, who nodded encouragingly. "It's quite safe, Potter. And necessary." Taking a deep breath, Harry accepted the dagger and pricked his finger, allowing 3 drops of blood to fall into the basin. As soon as the 3rd drop hit the stone, the blood began to swirl, changing color from red to gold. Nagnock's expression changed instantly. "Interesting. Very interesting. What is it?" Harry asked. Instead of answering directly, Nagnock pressed a small bell on the table. Within seconds, another goblin appeared at the door. "Bring the Potter files," Nagnock ordered. "All of them. And alert Director Ragnock that we have a Class 1 inheritance situation." The goblin's eyes widened before he hurried away. "What's happening?" Harry asked, his concern growing. "Mr. Potter," Nagnock said, his voice now holding a note of something like respect, "your blood verification has confirmed not only your identity but your status. You are the sole heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter. However, there appear to be irregularities." "What kind of irregularities?" McGonagall asked sharply. "For one," Nagnock replied, "Mr. Potter's magical signature shows evidence of binding." Harry frowned. "Binding? What does that mean?" McGonagall's face had gone pale again. "It means, Potter, that someone has placed restrictions on your natural magic. Like putting a dam in a river to control its flow." "That's impossible," Harry said automatically. "Who would do that?" The look McGonagall gave him spoke volumes. "Dumbledore?" Harry whispered, feeling as though the floor had dropped from beneath him. Before either could respond, the door opened again. The returning goblin carried a stack of files so tall they obscured his face, followed by an older, regal-looking goblin dressed in armor polished to a mirror shine. "Director Ragnock," Nagnock said, standing immediately. "Thank you for coming personally. When the heir to one of our oldest accounts shows evidence of tampering, it becomes my concern," the armored goblin replied, his voice surprisingly deep. He turned his penetrating gaze on Harry. "Mr. Potter. It seems we have much to discuss." For the next hour, Harry sat in stunned silence as the goblins laid out the extent of the irregularities surrounding his inheritance. The Potter family, it emerged, was not merely well off as he'd assumed, but wealthy beyond imagining. Beyond the trust vault he'd visited were family vaults containing not only gold but ancient artifacts, books, and heirlooms dating back centuries. More disturbing were the documents revealing that Albus Dumbledore had been named as his magical guardian, a position that should have granted him limited access to Harry's trust vault for educational expenses only. Instead, the records showed regular withdrawals from the main family vaults, transfers to various accounts including one belonging to the Order of the Phoenix, and the sealing of Potter properties around Britain. "He had no right," McGonagall said, her voice shaking with anger as she examined a particular document. "The Potter will specifically named alternative guardians. Sirius Black was primary, of course, but there were others listed before Albus should have entered the picture. The will was sealed by the chief warlock of the Wizengamot," Director Ragnock explained, his tone making it clear what he thought of this action. "A copy remains in our records, but its execution was legally prevented. By Dumbledore himself," McGonagall finished, the pieces falling into place. "He used one position of authority to block the will, then used that same blockage to appoint himself as magical guardian under ministry law." Harry struggled to process everything he was hearing. The betrayal cut deep, but confusion ran deeper still. "But why?" he asked finally. "Why would Dumbledore do all this? He's always seemed to care about me." McGonagall's expression softened slightly as she looked at him. "I believe he does care, Potter, in his way. But Albus Dumbledore has always played a long game. He sees the big picture, the greater good, as he calls it, sometimes at the expense of individual welfare. The withdrawals, Harry said, pointing to the ledger before them. Where did the money go? Various places, Nagnock replied, tracing a long finger down the column. Monthly payments to Vernon and Petunia Dursley, he paid them. Harry burst out, anger flaring hot in his chest. They always claimed I was a burden, that they spent their hard-earned money keeping me. They made me sleep in a cupboard while Dudley had 2 bedrooms. McGonagall's nostrils flared dangerously. A cupboard? What cupboard, Potter? Harry suddenly realized he'd never told her about his living conditions at Privet Drive. The cupboard under the stairs. It was my bedroom until my Hogwarts letters started coming. The look that crossed McGonagall's face was thunderous. Those miserable, despicable, she broke off, visibly collecting herself. I told him. I sat outside that house all day watching them before you were placed there. I told Albus they were the worst sort of muggles imaginable. Director Ragnock cleared his throat. If I may continue. There were also regular payments to an account under the name of Molly Weasley. Harry felt as though he'd been struck. Mrs. Weasley. But, she's been so kind to me. Not all is as it appears, Mr. Potter, Ragnock said gravely. There are also transfers to accounts belonging to Albus Dumbledore personally, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's Discretionary Fund, and one simply labeled Order Phoenix Reserve. The Order of the Phoenix was Dumbledore's organization during the last war, McGonagall explained, her voice tight. It seems he's been funding its revival with your family gold. Harry stared at the parchment, feeling numb. Everyone he'd trusted, everything he'd believed about his place in the wizarding world, it was all built on lies. There is more, Mr. Potter, Nagnock said, almost gently for a goblin. The magical bindings on your core. They are extensive and layered, placed at different times throughout your life. Can they be removed? McGonagall asked. They can, Director Ragnock replied. Though the process is not comfortable. Harry straightened in his chair. I want them gone. All of them. Harry, McGonagall said cautiously, the removal of such bindings can release a significant amount of magic at once. It can be overwhelming. I don't care, Harry said firmly. If Dumbledore, put chains on my magic, I want them off. Now. The goblins exchanged glances. Very well, Director Ragnock said. We shall prepare the ritual chamber. In the meantime, there is the matter of your emancipation to address. Emancipation? Harry repeated. As the last of your line and given the evident mismanagement of your estate, you have grounds to claim emancipation under both wizarding and goblin law, Ragnock explained. This would remove any guardian's authority over you, magical or otherwise. It would also, McGonagall added, exempt you from the trace that monitors underage magic and potentially invalidate any magical contract the Goblet of Fire might have created. Harry didn't hesitate. Where do I sign? The next hour passed in a blur of parchment, magical quills, and elaborate goblin ceremonies. By the time they finished, Harry's hand was cramped from signing his name countless times, but according to the goblins, he was now legally recognized as an adult in the wizarding world. There will be challenges from the ministry, McGonagall warned as they followed Ragnock deeper into the bank. But goblin law is respected even by wizards who should know better. They won't be able to reverse this easily. They descended via a different route than the cart tracks Harry was familiar with. These passages were wider, lined with ornate stonework depicting what appeared to be goblin history, battles, treaties, and craftsmanship displayed in detailed relief. The ritual chambers lie beneath the main vaults, Ragnock explained as they descended a spiral staircase. They draw upon the natural magic of the earth itself. They emerged into a circular chamber with a domed ceiling carved from a single piece of black stone. Runes Harry didn't recognize were inlaid in silver around the edges of the floor, which itself was a mosaic depicting a tree with spreading branches and deep roots. The World Tree, McGonagall murmured. I've read about these chambers, but never thought to see one. Few wizards do, Ragnock said. Please remain at the edges, Professor McGonagall. Mr. Potter, you will need to stand at the center of the tree. Harry moved forward, his footsteps echoing in the chamber. The stone felt oddly warm beneath his feet as he reached the center of the mosaic. Remove your outer robes and shirt, McGonagall instructed, and lie down with your head toward the north, there. He pointed to a position marked by a particularly elaborate runic symbol. Feeling self-conscious but determined, Harry did as instructed, the stone surprisingly comfortable against his back. Several goblins entered the chamber carrying silver bowls and instruments. They moved with practiced efficiency, arranging themselves around the perimeter of the central mosaic. The ritual will identify and break each binding on your magic, Ragnock explained, taking a position at Harry's head. You will feel each breaking as a separate event. It may be painful, but you must remain as still as possible. Harry nodded, his throat dry. I understand. Professor McGonagall, Ragnock continued, you should prepare yourself as well. The amount of magic that may be released could be substantial. From her position against the wall, McGonagall nodded grimly. I've seen unbound magic before, Director. I'll manage. The goblins began a low chanting in their own language, the sounds harsh yet rhythmic. The silver runes around the chamber began to glow with a soft light that gradually intensified. Harry felt the stone beneath him growing warmer, a tingling sensation spreading through his limbs. The first binding broke without warning. It felt like a band constricting his chest had suddenly snapped, and he gasped as magic rushed through the opening like water through a broken dam. His vision blurred as power surged through him, seeking equilibrium. That, Ragnock said from somewhere above him, was a binding placed on November 1, 1981. The day after your parents' death. Before Harry could process this, the second binding shattered. This one felt like fire racing along his nerves, and he couldn't suppress a cry of pain. His back arched off the stone as magic older and wilder than the first poured into his conscious awareness. Age 5, one of the goblins announced. A binding on accidental magic. One by one, the bindings broke. Some felt like ice, others like electricity or pressure. Each released a different quality of magic, as though separate parts of Harry's being had been locked away and were now awakening. With each release, the room grew brighter with ambient magical energy that swirled around him in colors he'd never seen before. The final binding was the worst. It felt as though someone had driven a spike of ice directly into his scar. Harry screamed as white-hot pain lanced through his forehead. Something dark and viscous oozed from the lightning bolt mark, sizzling as it hit the stone beneath him. Containment. Ragnock barked, and the goblin chanters increased their volume and tempo. The black substance rose into the air, writhing like a living thing as it was caught in a web of goblin magic. It let out an unearthly shriek that made Harry's blood run cold before the goblin chant reached a crescendo and the substance imploded, collapsing into nothingness with a sound like distant thunder. Silence fell in the chamber. Harry lay panting, every nerve ending raw with sensation. The pain was receding, replaced by an overwhelming awareness of magic, his own and that around him. He could feel the wards of Gringotts humming above them, the ancient power in the stone beneath him, even the unique magical signatures of McGonagall and the goblins. Potter? Harry? McGonagall's voice came from closer now, concern evident. Can you hear me? Harry opened his eyes. The world looked different, sharper, more vivid, with faint auras surrounding living things. McGonagall knelt beside him, her own aura a rich tapestry of emerald and gold. I'm okay, he managed, his voice hoarse from screaming. I feel different. You look different, she said softly. One of the goblins handed her a small mirror, which she held up for Harry to see his reflection. The face that looked back at him was both familiar and strange. His features were the same, but his eyes glowed with an inner light, and his skin seemed to radiate health. The most startling change, however, was his scar. The lightning bolt that had defined his appearance for as long as he could remember had faded to a thin silver line, barely visible. What was that black stuff? He asked, sitting up cautiously. His body felt both exhausted and energized, as though he'd run a marathon but was ready to run another. The goblins exchanged significant looks. That, Mr. Potter, Director Ragnarok said gravely, was a soul fragment. McGonagall gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Impossible. I assure you, it is not only possible but confirmed, Ragnarok replied. Mr. Potter has been carrying a fragment of another's soul since the night of his parents' murder. Harry felt sick. Voldemort? I had a piece of Voldemort in me. It appears so, Ragnarok said. It was contained by the binding placed on your magical core immediately after the attack, but it has been, influencing you nonetheless. The binding was deliberate? McGonagall asked, her voice dangerously quiet. Albus knew. The magical signature on the binding was unmistakable, Ragnarok confirmed. Albus Dumbledore placed it personally, along with most of the subsequent bindings. Harry struggled to process this new revelation. So Dumbledore knew I had a piece of Voldemort's soul in my head, and he just left it there? For 13 years. It appears so, Ragnarok said. Though I suspect he believed it could not be removed without killing you in the process. That's why he's been preparing me, Harry murmured, pieces falling into place with horrible clarity. The tests, the dangers each year, he's been preparing me to die. No, McGonagall said firmly, though her face had lost all color. I cannot believe even Albus would. She stopped, her expression faltering as she reconsidered everything in light of what they'd learned. Perhaps he thought there was no alternative. There is always an alternative to sacrificing a child, Ragnarok said coldly. If he had consulted the goblins, we could have told him of this ritual. But wizards rarely seek wisdom from those they consider beneath them. Harry pushed himself to his feet, wobbling slightly as he adjusted to the new awareness of his magic. McGonagall steadied him with a hand on his shoulder. What now? He asked, looking from McGonagall to the goblins. Dumbledore will be searching for us. The Ministry too, probably. Now, McGonagall said with determination, we use the advantage of surprise. They won't expect us to move quickly or decisively. They'll assume I've taken you somewhere to hide, not to Gringotts to claim your inheritance and break magical bindings. We have much to discuss regarding your estates, Mr. Potter, Ragnarok added. Properties, investments, heirlooms, there are assets that have been hidden from you that could prove useful. Harry nodded, feeling a strange new confidence flowing through him along with his unbound magic. Let's do it. All of it. No more hiding, no more being kept in the dark. As they left the ritual chamber, Harry caught a glimpse of his reflection in a polished silver door. The boy who had entered Gringotts, confused, betrayed, and angry, was gone. In his place stood someone new, still young, still learning, but with power and purpose in his eyes. Whatever game Dumbledore had been playing with his life, the rules had just changed. The remainder of the night passed in a whirlwind of revelations and decisions. In a private conference room, Harry and McGonagall met with a team of goblin account managers who laid out the full extent of the Potter holdings, far greater than Harry had imagined. Beyond mere gold, the Potter family controlled significant investments in both magical and muggle businesses, owned properties throughout Britain and abroad, and held seats on governing bodies Harry had never even heard of. The Potter seat on the Wisengamot has been held in proxy by Albus Dumbledore since your parents' deaths, explained Gornick, a legal specialist among the goblins. With your emancipation, you can reclaim it or appoint a new proxy of your choosing. Professor McGonagall, Harry said immediately, glancing at his former teacher. McGonagall looked startled. Potter, Harry, I'm not certain that would be wise. I've just resigned from Hogwarts. My position is complicated. You're the only adult in the wizarding world who's ever put my safety before everything else, Harry replied simply. I trust you. A rare emotion flickered across McGonagall's face before she composed herself. Very well. I accept, though we should discuss strategy before I take any action in the Wisengamot. As dawn approached, They moved from financial matters to the more immediate concerns of safety and accommodation. The Potter family maintains several properties under Fidelius charms and other protections, Nagnock explained, spreading a map across the table. This one, in particular, might suit your immediate needs. He pointed to a location in the Scottish Highlands, not far from Hogwarts itself. Stormhaven, McGonagall read, recognition in her voice. I remember your father mentioning it, though I've never been there myself. It was the Potter family's defensive retreat during the Goblin rebellions, Nagnock explained. Built into the side of a mountain, with natural magical springs beneath it. The wards are among the strongest in Britain, second perhaps only to Hogwarts and Gringotts itself. How do we access it? Harry asked. As the blood heir, you already possess the key. Nagnock handed Harry a small leather pouch. Inside is a portkey that will activate on your command. Once there, the estate's magic will recognize you. McGonagall checked her watch. It's nearly 6 o'clock. We should make decisions quickly. Dumbledore will have contacted the Ministry by now, possibly even the Daily Prophet. Harry nodded, fatigue beginning to set in despite the exhilaration of his unbound magic. What about my things at Hogwarts? My wand, my father's cloak, the Marauder's map. I can retrieve them, McGonagall said decisively. As former deputy headmistress, my office wards are still keyed to me. I can enter Gryffindor Tower through my emergency access before anyone realizes I've returned. That would be inadvisable, Director Ragnock interjected. Hogwarts will already be on alert. However, there is another option. He snapped his fingers, and a younger goblin stepped forward. Gringotts can dispatch retrieval specialists under banking law to secure items belonging to your vaults that are currently elsewhere. My invisibility cloak is a Potter family heirloom, Harry said quickly. And my wand. I paid for it myself, so it's mine. The map and any other personal items as well, McGonagall added. Banking law allows for the retrieval of all personal property of a client under specific circumstances. Ragnock nodded. Precisely. We will send a team immediately. They should return within the hour. As the younger goblin hurried away, Harry turned to McGonagall, a question that had been burning in his mind finally finding voice. Professor, why now? Why did you decide to resign and take me away tonight, specifically? McGonagall's expression grew solemn. Because, Potter, I've had my doubts for years, but I suppressed them. I trusted Albus, believed that his eccentricities and seeming negligence were part of some greater plan I couldn't comprehend. But watching your name come out of that goblet. She shook her head. Something broke in me. I saw the pattern too clearly to ignore any longer. What pattern? Danger, followed by your narrow escape, followed by Albus appearing just in time to be the wise mentor but never early enough to prevent the danger in the first place. Her voice had taken on a bitter edge. 3 years of it, each time more dangerous than the last. And now this tournament, where fully grown wizards have died in the past. She met his eyes directly. I realized that if I didn't act immediately, I would be complicit in whatever happened to you next. And I could no longer bear that weight on my conscience. Harry nodded slowly, understanding dawning. You think he's been testing me? Setting up challenges to, what? Make me stronger? Or to prepare you for something, McGonagall said quietly. Something he believes is inevitable. Voldemort's return, Harry concluded. The pieces aligned with terrible clarity. He thinks I have to face Voldemort again. And after what we've learned tonight about that thing in your scar, I fear he may have believed you would not survive the confrontation. That perhaps you were not meant to. A cold silence fell between them, broken only when a goblin entered with refreshments, strong tea for McGonagall and a strange, golden potion for Harry that tasted of honey and sunlight. For magical exhaustion, the goblin explained. The unbinding ritual takes a toll. Harry drank deeply, feeling strength returning to his limbs. As he set down the empty goblet, a thought occurred to him. Professor, what about Sirius? He needs to know what's happening. He's still in hiding, still wanted for a crime he didn't commit. McGonagall's eyes widened slightly. You're in contact with Black. Yes, he's my godfather. He's innocent. Peter Pettigrew was the one who betrayed my parents and framed Sirius. McGonagall sat back in her chair, processing this new information. I had my suspicions about Pettigrew even back then, but without evidence. She straightened suddenly. This changes matters considerably. With your emancipation and the Potter political power behind you, we could potentially force a proper investigation. We'll need to contact him first, Harry insisted. He's been living rough, hiding from the ministry. He needs to know he has allies now. How have you been communicating with him? Owl Post, mostly. But it takes time, and I'm not sure where he is currently. Director Ragnock, who had been listening silently, cleared his throat. If I may suggest an alternative. Gringotts maintains secure communication methods that cannot be traced or intercepted by the ministry. If you can provide a name and general location, we might be able to establish contact more quickly. Harry seized on this possibility. He was headed north last I heard, staying near Hogsmeade in his animagus form, a large black dog. Ragnock raised an eyebrow but nodded to a nearby goblin, who hurried from the room. Now, Ragnock continued, there is one more matter of immediate importance. Your wand, Mr. Potter. My wand? Harry touched his pocket where his holly and phoenix feather wand rested. What about it? With your magic unbound, your current wand may no longer be optimally suited to you. Magic seeks the path of least resistance, and wands are conduits. A wand matched to a bound magical core will not channel unbound magic efficiently. You're suggesting I need a new wand, Harry concluded. Not necessarily new, McGonagall interjected. The Potter vaults likely contain family wands. Magic often runs in patterns through bloodlines, and you may find an ancestral wand that resonates with your unbound core. Ragnock nodded approvingly. Precisely. I've taken the liberty of having potentially compatible wands from your family vaults brought up for testing. On cue, another goblin entered carrying a long, ornate box of dark wood inlaid with gold. He set it reverently on the table and opened the lid to reveal a dozen wands nestled in velvet, each unique in design and material. These are all Potter family wands? Harry asked, awed by the tangible connection to his ancestors. Indeed, Ragnock confirmed. Some date back centuries. The magic in them has been dormant, waiting for a compatible descendant. Harry reached toward the box, then hesitated, looking at McGonagall. How do I know which one to choose? The wand chooses the wizard, Potter, she said, echoing Ollivander's words from 3 years earlier. Pass your hand over them slowly and feel for a response. Harry did as instructed, moving his hand above the row of wands. At first, he felt nothing beyond a general tingling of magic. Then, as his hand passed over a wand near the center of the collection, a warm sensation shot up his arm. The wand itself trembled slightly in its velvet nest. That one, I think, he said, pointing. Ah, Ragnock murmured. Interesting choice. The wand was slightly longer than his current one, made of a rich, dark wood with a subtle grain that seemed to shift in the light. The handle was inlaid with a delicate pattern of silver that wrapped around the wood like vines. Blackthorn with a core of thunderbird tail feather, Ragnock explained. It belonged to your great-grandfather, Fleamont Potter. A wand for a battle mage and innovator. Harry carefully lifted the wand from its case. The moment his fingers closed around the handle, he felt a surge of magic more powerful than anything he'd experienced with his holly wand. Silver and gold sparks erupted from the tip, swirling around him in a miniature cyclone before dissipating into the air. The magic felt right, not forced or channeled, but flowing naturally, an extension of his will. I think we have a match, McGonagall said, a rare smile crossing her features. Blackthorn wands are known to bond most strongly with warriors who have faced adversity. Harry examined the wand more closely, feeling the weight of its history and power. What about my old wand? Keep it as a backup, McGonagall advised. 2 wands are better than 1, especially in dangerous times. Their conversation was interrupted by the return of the goblin Ragnarok had sent to retrieve Harry's possessions from Hogwarts. He carried a trunk that Harry recognized as his own, though it appeared to have been hastily packed. We secured all items belonging to Mr. Potter from Gryffindor Tower and his school trunk, the goblin reported. There was some resistance from the castle wards, but nothing our specialists couldn't handle. Harry opened the trunk to find his invisibility cloak neatly folded on top, along with the Marauder's map, his firebolt, and other personal items. Relief washed over him at having these connections to his parents and to his life at Hogwarts. "Thank you," he said to the goblin, who looked momentarily surprised at the gratitude before nodding curtly. "We've also received word regarding Sirius Black," Ragnarok added. "Our agents have located him near Hogsmeade and delivered a secure communication device. He awaits your contact." Harry's heart leapt. "Can I speak with him now?" Ragnarok produced a small mirror from within his robes. "This is a paired communication mirror. Black has its twin. Simply speak his name to activate it." Taking the mirror with slightly trembling hands, Harry looked into its reflective surface and said clearly, "Sirius Black." The mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water before resolving into the face of his godfather, thinner and more haggard than when Harry had last seen him, but with the same intense eyes. "Harry?" Sirius's voice was rough with emotion. "What's happening?" "The goblin who found me said you're at Gringotts with McGonagall, that you've left Hogwarts. It's a long story, Sirius," Harry interrupted, relief flooding through him at the sight of his godfather. "But the short version is that my name came out of the Goblet of Fire. Professor McGonagall resigned on the spot and took me to Gringotts, and we've discovered, well, a lot of things about Dumbledore and my inheritance that I never knew." "The Goblet of Fire?" Sirius looked alarmed. "That's ancient magic, powerful and dangerous. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Better than fine, actually." Harry quickly explained about the emancipation, the broken bindings on his magic, and the discovery of the soul fragment. Sirius's face went through a range of emotions: shock, horror, anger, and finally grim determination. "I'm coming to you." "Where will you be?" "We're going to a place called Stormhaven," Harry said, looking to McGonagall for confirmation. "It's apparently a Potter family property." Recognition flashed in Sirius's eyes. Stormhaven. James mentioned it once or twice. Supposedly unplottable, with wards that could keep out an army. "That's the one," McGonagall confirmed, moving into view of the mirror. "Black, we need to move quickly. Dumbledore will be mobilizing the Order, and the Ministry will likely become involved soon." Sirius nodded. "I can be at Gringotts within the hour. I'll use the dog form to avoid detection. The goblins will admit you through a side entrance," Ragnarok said, joining the conversation. "Ask for Griphook at the silver door on Nocturne Alley." "Understood." Sirius's gaze returned to Harry, softening. "Hold tight, kiddo. We're going to figure this out together." The mirror's surface rippled again as the connection ended, leaving Harry staring at his own reflection, a face both familiar and strange with its newly vibrant eyes and faded scar. "We should prepare to leave for Stormhaven as soon as Black arrives," McGonagall said, rising from her chair. "The longer we remain in one place, the greater the risk of discovery." Harry nodded, closing his trunk and securing his new wand in his sleeve. His old holly wand he tucked into an inside pocket, comforted by its familiar presence despite its diminished compatibility. "Director Ragnarok," he said, turning to the goblin who had overseen their extraordinary night, "I don't know how to thank you properly for everything you've done." Ragnarok's expression remained impassive, but something like respect flickered in his dark eyes. "No thanks are necessary, Mr. Potter. The House of Potter has always dealt honorably with the Goblin Nation. We merely uphold our end of an ancient partnership." "Nevertheless," Harry insisted, "you've done more than business required. I won't forget it. See that you don't, Ragnarok replied, the faintest hint of a smile touching his severe features. The wizarding world is changing, Mr. Potter. Old alliances will be tested, and new ones forged. Remember who stood with you when the time comes. The words held the weight of prophecy, though Harry knew they were merely the wisdom of a being who had witnessed centuries of wizarding politics. He nodded solemnly, understanding that tonight marked not just his personal liberation, but potentially the beginning of broader changes. As they waited for Sirius to arrive, Harry stood at a narrow window overlooking Diagon Alley. The street was coming to life with early morning traders setting up their stalls, unaware of the seismic shift that had occurred beneath the marble floors of Gringotts. Somewhere out there, Dumbledore was likely marshalling his considerable resources to find them. The Ministry, too, would soon be involved if they weren't already. Yet for the first time since he'd heard his name called from the Goblet of Fire, perhaps for the first time since he'd entered the wizarding world, Harry felt not like a piece being moved across a chessboard, but like a player making his own moves. His magic hummed beneath his skin, unbound and ready. His mind felt clearer than it had in years, unburdened by the insidious presence he hadn't even known he carried. And beside him stood someone who had finally chosen him over duty and obedience, who had looked at the great Albus Dumbledore and said, simply, no. Whatever came next, Harry Potter was no longer alone in the game. Chapter 2, Reclaimed Power. Dawn broke over the Scottish Highlands in a blaze of amber and gold, illuminating the rugged landscape below. Stormhaven lived up to its name, a fortress of grey stone built into the side of a mountain, half hidden by mist that clung to the peaks around it. From a distance, it appeared impenetrable, its towers and battlements blending with the natural rock formations of the mountainside. Harry stood at the edge of a stone terrace, the wind tousling his already unruly hair as he took in the sight of what was apparently his ancestral retreat. Despite his exhaustion after the events at Gringotts, sleep had eluded him since their arrival 3 hours earlier. Quite the view, isn't it? He turned to see Sirius approaching, looking marginally better than he had through the mirror. His godfather had shaved and changed into clean robes provided by the Gringotts goblins, though nothing could immediately erase the haunted look Azkaban had burned into his eyes. It's incredible, Harry agreed. I had no idea this place existed. Sirius came to stand beside him at the stone balustrade. Your father mentioned it a few times. The Potters kept it as a family secret, unplottable, under Fidelius, with the secret passing down through blood. James said they used it during both Grindelwald's rise and the early days of Voldemort's First War. Harry absorbed this new piece of his family history, adding it to the precious few he possessed. Why didn't my parents come here instead of Godric's Hollow? They might have been safe. A shadow crossed Sirius's face. Dumbledore convinced them the Fidelius he cast would be stronger. That they needed to be more accessible to the Order. He sighed heavily. I've had a lot of time to think in Azkaban and on the run, Harry. A lot of things don't add up about those days. Before Harry could press for details, the tall wooden door leading to the interior swung open, and Professor McGonagall emerged. She too had changed from her Hogwarts robes into simpler attire of dark blue wool, her hair still in its customary bun but looking somewhat less severe. I thought I might find you both out here, she said, joining them at the balustrade. How are you feeling, Potter? Harry considered the question. Physically? Better than I expected after everything last night. Mentally? I'm not sure I've processed it all yet. McGonagall nodded. Understandable. You've had more revelations in 12 hours than most wizards face in a lifetime. Have you heard anything? Sirius asked her. From the outside world, I mean. Indeed. I've made contact with a few trusted associates. She withdrew a folded newspaper from her pocket. This morning's prophet makes for interesting reading. Harry took the paper with trepidation. The headline screamed across the front page, Boy WHO lived kidnapped. Triwizard champion abducted by rogue professor. Beneath it was a photograph of him taken during his second year, alongside one of McGonagall looking particularly stern during a Gryffindor Quidditch match. "Kidnapped?" Harry exclaimed. "That's ridiculous." "The Ministry's official position, apparently," McGonagall said dryly. "Orchestrated by Fudge with Dumbledore's blessing, no doubt." Harry scanned the article, which painted a lurid picture of a disturbed and possibly confounded Professor McGonagall abducting the innocent young champion, in a fit of protective madness. According to the article, Dumbledore was deeply concerned for Harry's safety and working closely with the Ministry to secure his return. "They're making it sound like you've gone mental, Professor," Harry said, indignation rising. "Minerva, please," she corrected gently. "I'm no longer your professor, and formalities seem rather pointless after what we've been through together." "Minerva," Harry tried, the name feeling strange on his tongue after years of calling her professor. Sirius had taken the paper and was reading with growing anger. "Typical Ministry rubbish. They're already suggesting you might be working with me, the notorious mass murderer Sirius Black, to undermine the Triwizard Tournament. They have no idea how close to the truth that is," McGonagall remarked with a hint of dark humor. "Though not in the way they imagine." Harry looked between them. "So what do we do now?" McGonagall straightened, something of her classroom demeanor returning. "First, we secure our position here. The wards are ancient and powerful, but I'd feel better with some modern additions. Second, we continue what we began at Gringotts, establishing your legal independence and Sirius's innocence. Third," her gaze sharpened, "you begin learning to control your unbound magic before it controls you. And fourth," Sirius added, "we figure out who put your name in that goblet and why." Harry nodded, grateful for their clear direction when everything else seemed chaotic. "I need to contact Ron and Hermione too. They'll be worried." "Already arranged," McGonagall said. "The goblins provided a secure communication method similar to the mirror you used with Sirius. They're being delivered by trusted intermediaries." "Who?" Harry asked curiously. "The Weasley twins," McGonagall replied with a slight smile. "Despite their penchant for chaos, they're remarkably discreet when it matters. They'll ensure Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley receive the mirrors without detection." Sirius barked a laugh. "Fred and George. Good choice. James and I could have learned a thing or two from those two." McGonagall gave him a look that suggested she hadn't forgotten exactly who had taught the Weasley twins many of their tricks, however indirectly. "Come," she said, turning toward the door. "We should eat something. The kitchens are fully stocked. Apparently the goblins have been maintaining this place on behalf of the Potter estate for decades." They followed her into the fortress, through corridors of stone lit by enchanted sconces that brightened as they passed. The interior of Stormhaven was surprisingly warm despite its imposing exterior, with thick tapestries depicting magical creatures and landscapes covering many of the walls. The kitchen turned out to be a large, homely room with a massive hearth at one end and a long wooden table in the center. Someone, house elves, Harry suspected, had prepared a breakfast that rivaled Hogwarts morning offerings. As they ate, McGonagall outlined their immediate plans. "The goblins are preparing legal documents asserting your emancipation and claiming your seats on various governing bodies. Once filed with the Ministry, they'll be difficult to contest, even for Dumbledore." "Won't the Ministry just ignore them?" Harry asked. "They might try," Sirius said, "but goblin-certified documents carry significant weight in wizarding law. It's one of the oldest treaties between our peoples. We recognize their legal certifications, and they recognize our gold as currency." Meanwhile, McGonagall continued, "We need to address your magical education. With your core unbound, your power levels will be unpredictable for some time. You'll need to relearn control." "Is that why everything feels louder?" Harry asked, struggling to describe the heightened awareness he'd experienced since the ritual. "Magically, I mean." McGonagall nodded. "Your magical sensitivity has increased dramatically. You're perceiving magical energies you were previously blocked from sensing. It will be overwhelming at first. I can help with that part, Sirius offered. The Black family has techniques for magical control that aren't taught at Hogwarts. Not dark, he added quickly, seeing Harry's expression, just old and kept within families. Harry nodded, grateful. He was about to ask more when a gentle chime sounded throughout the room. The ward alert, McGonagall explained, rising swiftly. Someone's approaching the outer boundaries. Harry tensed, his hand moving to his new wand. Dumbledore? Impossible, Sirius said. He can't know about this place, let alone find it through the Fidelius. They hurried to a circular room McGonagall had identified earlier as the ward chamber. At its center stood a waist-high pedestal carved from the same stone as the mountain, topped with a flat crystal disc. McGonagall placed her palm on the crystal, and it glowed blue, projecting an image above it like a three-dimensional map of the surrounding area. A single figure was moving through the mist toward the hidden entrance path, a familiar figure with pink hair. Tonks? Sirius exclaimed in surprise. Your cousin? McGonagall asked sharply. Yes, Andromeda's daughter. She's an Auror now, but... Sirius frowned. How would she know to find us here? McGonagall studied the projection carefully. She appears to be alone, but that means little. She could be tracked or followed. Should we let her in? Harry asked. After a moment's consideration, McGonagall made a decision. We'll meet her at the outer ward line. If she's alone and genuine, we can bring her in. If not... Her expression hardened. Well, I wasn't exaggerating about my dueling capabilities. They made their way down through the fortress to a side door that opened onto a narrow path winding down the mountainside. Harry felt the tingle of wards as they passed through various magical barriers, each recognizing him as a Potter by blood. The mist grew thicker as they descended, until visibility was reduced to mere feet. Harry kept his wand ready, following close behind McGonagall and Sirius. Stop here, McGonagall said quietly. This is the outermost ward line. She should approach from that direction. She pointed into the swirling mist. They waited in tense silence for several minutes before a figure materialized from the fog, hair shifting from pink to purple as she caught sight of them. Watch her, Tonks said cautiously, stopping a few paces away. Didn't expect a welcoming committee. How did you find this place? Sirius demanded, his wand pointed steadily at his young cousin. Tonks raised her hand slowly. Mum told me. Said it was a Potter property and that if the rumors were true about Harry leaving Hogwarts, this is where you'd go. She looked at Harry. I'm not here officially. I took personal leave from the Auror office. McGonagall's wand remained trained on the young Auror. And why would you do that, Miss Tonks? Because the Ministry's feeding us garbage about what happened, and I don't buy it. Tonks's hair shifted to a deep blue. I know you, Professor McGonagall. You wouldn't kidnap a student without bloody good reason. And I know about Sirius, Mum never believed he was guilty. That doesn't explain why you're here, Sirius said, though his wand had lowered slightly. Tonks met his gaze directly. I want to help. Whatever's going on, it's bigger than a school tournament gone wrong. And frankly, I've had doubts about certain things for a while now. What things? Harry asked. The way Fudge runs the Ministry. The blind eye turned to certain pure-blood activities. The fact that Sirius never got a trial. She shrugged. I became an Auror to fight for justice, not to be a political puppet. McGonagall and Sirius exchanged a look, silently conferring. If I may, Harry said, stepping forward slightly. The others looked at him in surprise. I think we should trust her. Based on what, Harry? Sirius asked, not unkindly. Harry wasn't entirely sure himself, but something about Tonks felt right to his newly sensitive magic. I just sense it. She's telling the truth. McGonagall studied him with interest. Your magical perception may be picking up on her intentions. Very well. She lowered her wand, though she didn't put it away. "Miss Tonks, you may approach, but I warn you, any sign of treachery, and you'll find out exactly why I was dueling champion 3 years running." Tonks grinned, her hair shifting to a bright pink again. "Fair enough, Professor. Lead the way." They escorted her back up to the fortress, the mist parting before them as if the mountain itself recognized their intent. As they passed through each ward layer, Harry felt a slight pressure as the magic assessed their new guest. Back inside Stormhaven's great hall, they settled around a large fireplace where flames crackled merrily despite the mild morning. "Right," Tonks said, looking around at them expectantly. "So who's going to tell me what's really going on?" "The prophet's saying you've kidnapped Harry in some kind of mental breakdown, Professor." "Minerva, please," McGonagall corrected automatically. "And that's hardly surprising. The truth, however, is considerably more complex." Between them, they explained the events of the previous night, the goblet ceremony, McGonagall's resignation, their revelations at Gringotts, and the disturbing discoveries about Dumbledore's actions regarding Harry's inheritance and magical bindings. Tonks listened without interruption, her hair cycling through colors as her emotions shifted, red with anger, white with shock, dark blue with concern. "Bloody hell," she said finally. "A soul fragment? In your scar?" She stared at Harry with horror and fascination. "And Dumbledore knew?" "It appears so," McGonagall confirmed grimly. "And now you're legally emancipated, with control of the Potter estate," Tonks continued, looking at Harry. "Which makes you politically powerful, magically unbound, and completely outside Dumbledore's influence." "That's the short version, yes," Sirius said. Tonks whistled. "No wonder they're in a panic. The Ministry's been in chaos since last night. Fudge is practically foaming at the mouth, Dumbledore's called in every favor he has, and they've got half the Aura department searching for you." "But not you," Harry noted. "Like I said, I took personal leave. Told them my mum was ill." She grinned mischievously. "Technically not a lie, she was sick with worry about her cousin Sirius and her second cousin once removed, Harry." "Your mother considers Harry family?" Sirius asked, surprised. "Course she does. Potters and Blacks have intermarried for generations. James Potter's mother was Doria Black, wasn't she? That makes Harry family in her book." Harry felt a surge of warmth at this casual mention of family connection, another thread connecting him to the wizarding world beyond his fame. "So what's the plan?" Tonks asked, leaning forward eagerly. "I assume you're not just hiding out here forever." "Certainly not," McGonagall said. "We're preparing legal maneuvers to secure Sirius's freedom and establish Harry's independence. Meanwhile, Harry needs to learn to control his unbound magic. And we need to figure out who put my name in the goblet," Harry added. Tonks nodded thoughtfully. "I can help with the investigation part. I've got access to Ministry resources and information networks." "That could be invaluable," Sirius agreed. "But it's dangerous. If they suspect you're helping us." "I'm a metamorphmagus, cousin. Deception is literally my specialty." She morphed her features briefly into an exact copy of Minister Fudge before returning to her natural appearance. "Besides, no one would suspect a junior Auror of having any connection to this mess." McGonagall raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed despite herself. "Your talents would indeed be useful, but we need to establish secure communication protocols first." "No risks." Their planning was interrupted by another chime, different from the ward alert. "That's the Gringotts communication device," McGonagall explained, retrieving a small bronze disc from her pocket. She tapped it with her wand, and a miniature holographic goblin appeared above it. "Professor McGonagall," the goblin said formally. "The documents are prepared and ready for filing. However, there have been developments you should be aware of. The Ministry has issued a formal order freezing all Potter accounts pending investigation into the kidnapping." Sirius swore under his breath. "Can they do that?" Harry asked. "They can try," the goblin replied with a vicious smile. Fortunately, we anticipated such a move. The bulk of your assets were transferred to your ancestral high-security vault last night, which operates under different treaties. Additionally, as per your instructions, we've initiated proceedings to secure a trial for Sirius Black under the ancient right of familial justice. What's that? Harry asked, looking between the adults. A very old law, McGonagall explained. It allows the head of an ancient house to demand trial by magical adjudication for any family member accused of crimes against the family. Since Sirius was accused of betraying your parents, members of an allied family, you can demand proper magical verification of his innocence. The paperwork has been filed directly with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the goblin continued. Bypassing Minister Fudge's office entirely. Director Bones has scheduled a preliminary hearing for tomorrow morning. Amelia Bones? Tonks perked up. She's fair, one of the few at the top who actually cares about justice over politics. Indeed, McGonagall agreed. This is excellent news. Is there anything else we should know? Only that Dumbledore has been making inquiries about certain Potter properties. He seems to be searching systematically. He won't find this one, Sirius said confidently. The Fidelius here predates his birth. The goblin nodded. Very well. We will continue as planned. The hearing is scheduled for 10 o'clock tomorrow in courtroom 3. Mr. Potter's presence is required as the petitioner. We'll be there, Harry said firmly. After the communication ended, they spent the next hour refining their plans. Tonks would return to London, ostensibly ending her leave early to assist with the search, while actually gathering intelligence. McGonagall would prepare for the legal hearing, while Sirius began Harry's magical training immediately. The most important thing, Sirius explained as they moved to a large, empty chamber that appeared designed for practice, is establishing new instinctive control. Your magic is like a muscle that's been kept in a tight sling for years, suddenly it's free, but you don't know your own strength. Harry nodded, already having experienced several incidents of accidental magic since the unbinding, levitating objects when he reached for them, lights flaring when his emotions rose, windows vibrating when he'd felt frustrated. We'll start with centering exercises, Sirius continued. The Black family teaches them from childhood, helps with wild magic in young wizards. For the next 2 hours, Harry practiced breathing techniques and visualization exercises designed to help him sense and direct his magical core. It was difficult, frustrating work. His magic kept slipping out of his mental grasp like water through fingers. It's like trying to hold on to a storm, he said after a particularly unsuccessful attempt left scorch marks on the stone floor. That's actually a good way to think about it, Sirius said encouragingly. Don't try to contain the storm, ride it, direct it. Harry closed his eyes again, visualizing his magic not as something to be controlled but as energy to be channeled. This time, when he felt the power rising, he didn't attempt to suppress it but instead gave it purpose, direction. Open your eyes, Sirius said softly. Harry did, and gasped. The room had darkened, but he was surrounded by a gently swirling aura of golden light that emanated from his skin, extending about a foot around him in all directions. That's your visible magical aura, Sirius explained, looking impressed. Most wizards can't manifest one consciously, especially not so young. Is this good? Harry asked, watching as the light responded to his thoughts, brightening and dimming. It's bloody brilliant, Sirius grinned. It means you're starting to find harmony with your core instead of fighting it. Harry practiced maintaining the aura, then slowly reabsorbing it, for another half hour before Sirius called a halt. That's enough for today. Magical exhaustion is still a risk, unbound or not. They returned to the main hall to find McGonagall poring over legal texts with fierce concentration. She looked up as they entered. Progress? She asked. Harry's a natural, Sirius reported proudly. Manifested a full aura on his first day of training. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. Indeed. That's most impressive, Potter. Harry felt a flush of pride at the rare compliment. It still feels strange, but I think I'm starting to understand it better. Good. You'll need that control tomorrow. She indicated the books spread before her. I've been researching the hearing procedures. We'll be facing opposition, make no mistake. Fudge won't want Sirius cleared, it would be politically embarrassing, and Dumbledore will use the opportunity to try to reassert control over you. Let them try, Harry said with newfound determination. They kept me in the dark my whole life. That ends now. McGonagall smiled slightly. Well said. Now, we need to discuss strategy. The hearing will, she was interrupted by a chiming sound from her pocket, different from the Gringotts signal. Withdrawing what appeared to be a small hand mirror similar to the one Harry used to contact Sirius, she tapped it with her wand. Hermione Granger's face appeared, looking anxious but relieved. Professor McGonagall. Thank goodness. Is Harry with you? Is he all right? I'm here, Hermione, Harry said, moving into view. I'm fine. Oh, Harry. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. Everyone's saying Professor McGonagall kidnapped you, but I knew that couldn't be right. What's happening? Where are you? It's complicated, Harry said. But I'm safe, and I'm where I need to be. The professor, Minerva, she did the right thing. I knew it, Hermione said firmly. Things have gone mad here. Dumbledore's barely seen, he's been away from the castle most of the time. The other schools are in an uproar about the tournament. The ministries sent representatives who are interviewing everyone who was close to you. And Ron? Harry asked cautiously. Hermione hesitated. He's confused. At first he thought you'd found another way to enter the tournament without telling him, but after you disappeared, he's worried, Harry, but also hurt that you haven't contacted him directly. Harry winced. He should have known Ron might misinterpret the situation initially. I'll call him next, he promised. Can you tell me anything else about what's happening there? They're continuing with the tournament, Hermione reported. Dumbledore insisted that the magic of the goblet requires it. Cedric's representing Hogwarts officially now, but there's all this talk about your slot being vacant but binding or something magical like that. McGonagall frowned. As I suspected. They can't simply remove a chosen champion without consequences for the binding magic. Listen, Hermione, Harry said urgently, I need you to be careful. Don't let anyone know you're in contact with me. There's more going on than you know. What do you mean? Harry, what's happened? We've discovered some disturbing information about Dumbledore's actions regarding Potter over the years, McGonagall interjected. I promise we will explain everything when it's safe to do so. For now, please be vigilant and trust no one with knowledge of this communication. Hermione's expression grew serious. I understand, Professor. Harry, what can I do to help? Keep your eyes open, Harry said. Especially around the tournament preparations. Someone put my name in that goblet, and they did it for a reason. I will, she promised. And Harry, be careful. After saying goodbye to Hermione, Harry contacted Ron. The conversation was awkward initially, Ron clearly torn between concern, confusion, and lingering jealousy over Harry's perpetual spotlight. By the end, though, he seemed to accept Harry's abbreviated explanation and promised to help Hermione watch for suspicious activity around the tournament. The rest of the day passed in a whirlwind of preparation. McGonagall continued drilling Harry on wizarding law and hearing protocols, while Sirius coached him on proper comportment for his role as head of House Potter. You'll need to project authority, Sirius explained. The old families respect power and confidence, even in someone young. I don't feel very powerful or confident, Harry admitted. Then fake it, Sirius advised with a grin. That's what the rest of us did at your age. The trick is not letting them see the uncertainty. As evening fell, they received another communication from Gringotts, confirming final arrangements for the morning's hearing. You should get some rest, McGonagall told Harry after they'd eaten dinner. Tomorrow will be challenging. Harry nodded, though he doubted sleep would come easily with his mind racing through everything he'd learned and the trial ahead. He retreated to the chamber he'd been given, a comfortable room with a four-poster bed bearing the Potter crest on its hangings. To his surprise, he fell asleep almost immediately, his exhausted body finally overriding his active mind. He dreamed of a dark corridor and a door he couldn't open, and awoke at dawn feeling strangely frustrated. After a quick breakfast, they prepared to depart for the ministry. Harry dressed in formal robes provided by the goblins, black with subtle dark red accents, bearing the Potter crest on the left breast. His new blackthorn wand was secured in an arm holster, while his holly wand remained as backup in an inside pocket. Remember, McGonagall said as they stood before the Floo connection the goblins had arranged directly to a private arrival point in the ministry, you are Harry James Potter, head of the ancient and noble house of Potter, not a schoolboy. Carry yourself accordingly. Harry nodded, squaring his shoulders. I'm ready. I'd give anything to be there with you, Sirius said from where he stood a safe distance from the Floo. They had decided it was too risky for him to appear before his name was cleared, even with Polyjuice. But I'll be watching through this. He held up a small crystal the goblins had provided that would show him the proceedings in real time. We'll clear your name today, Harry promised. McGonagall went first, disappearing in a flash of green flames. Harry followed, pronouncing Ministry of Magic, Gringotts' arrival, clearly before stepping into the fire. The sensation of Floo travel was as unpleasant as ever, but Harry managed to emerge without stumbling, another benefit of his improved magical control. He found himself in a small, elegant room with marble floors and dark wood paneling. Two goblins in formal attire waited alongside McGonagall. Mr. Potter, the elder goblin greeted him with a slight bow. I am Bloodfang, chief legal representative of Gringotts. This is my associate, Silverclaw. We will be escorting you to the hearing. Thank you for your assistance, Harry replied formally, as McGonagall had coached him. The hearing is scheduled to begin in 20 minutes, Bloodfang continued. We have arranged a private route to courtroom 3 to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Harry appreciated the goblin's foresight. Appearing suddenly in the atrium would have created chaos. They followed the goblins through a series of corridors that Harry suspected weren't on the ministry's public maps. Occasionally they passed ministry employees who did double takes at the sight of Harry but were given no opportunity to react further as the goblins maintained a brisk pace. They arrived at a small antechamber connected to courtroom 3, where they were met by a tall, imposing witch with a monocle whom Harry recognized from photographs as Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Mr. Potter, she said, studying him intently. You've caused quite a stir. Madam Bones, Harry replied with a respectful nod. Thank you for granting this hearing. I didn't grant it so much as comply with the law, she corrected, though not unkindly. When the head of an ancient house invokes the right of familial justice, the DMLE is bound to respond. She turned to McGonagall. Minerva. I must say, your resignation and subsequent actions have created quite the uproar. Sometimes uproar is necessary, Amelia, McGonagall replied calmly. Madam Bones's expression remained neutral, but Harry thought he detected a glint of respect in her eyes. Indeed. Well, I should inform you that the minister has insisted on attending, as has Albus. This won't be the quiet legal proceeding I suspect you hoped for. We expected as much, McGonagall said. Nevertheless, the law is the law. So it is, Madam Bones agreed. The hearing will begin shortly. As petitioner, Mr. Potter, you'll be called first to state your claim. After she departed, Harry turned to McGonagall, a flutter of nervousness finally breaking through his determined facade. What if they try to detain me? Or force me back to Hogwarts? They cannot, Bloodfang interjected firmly. You are here under goblin escort for a legal proceeding. Any attempt to detain you would violate the Treaty of 1612 and potentially trigger a banking freeze. McGonagall nodded. The goblins take these matters very seriously, and even Fudge isn't fool enough to risk a financial crisis over one wizard, however famous. Before Harry could respond, a chime sounded, and the doors to the courtroom swung open. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped forward, McGonagall and the goblins flanking him. Courtroom 3 was smaller than he had imagined, an oval room with tiered seating around a central floor where a single chair stood. The Wizengamot members present, about 20 in total, wore plum-colored robes and expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. At the highest tier sat Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, looking important in his pinstriped cloak with Dolores Umbridge simperingly close beside him. To Fudge's right, Albus Dumbledore occupied the seat of the Chief Warlock, his blue eyes immediately finding Harry's as he entered. Harry met that gaze steadily, refusing to look away first. After a moment it was Dumbledore who broke the connection, a flicker of something like sadness crossing his features. Madame Bones called the hearing to order from her position at the center of the front tier. Preliminary hearing in the matter of the petition by Harry James Potter, head of the ancient and noble house of Potter, invoking the right of familial justice for Sirius Orain Black. Are all parties present? The petitioner is present, Harry replied clearly, as they had rehearsed. Gringotts stands as witness to the proceedings under the Treaty of 1612, Bloodfang added formally. Fudge looked as though he'd swallowed something sour at this announcement, but he said nothing. Very well, Madame Bones continued. Mr. Potter, please approach the center and state your petition. Harry walked forward, conscious of every eye in the room upon him. He stopped beside the chair but remained standing, as McGonagall had advised. Sitting would symbolically put him in the position of being questioned rather than petitioning. I, Harry James Potter, head of the ancient and noble house of Potter, invoke the right of familial justice for my godfather, Sirius Orain Black, who has been falsely accused of betraying my parents, James and Lily Potter, to Voldemort. A collective gasp went up at his use of Voldemort's name, which Harry ignored. Sirius Black was never given a trial, never questioned under Veritaserum, and never allowed to present evidence of his innocence. I demand that justice be served through proper magical verification of the truth. Fudge immediately leaned forward. Now see here, Potter. Black was apprehended at the scene of a massacre. 12 muggles dead, Peter Pettigrew reduced to a finger. The evidence was overwhelming. With respect, Minister, Harry replied, emphasizing the words in a way that made it clear respect was not what he felt. Evidence should be tested in a trial, not assumed to be accurate. Particularly when a wizard's soul is at stake. Mr. Potter raises a valid point, Madame Bones interjected. Our records confirm that Sirius Black was indeed never given a formal trial before his incarceration. It was wartime, Amelia, Dumbledore spoke for the first time, his voice gentle but carrying. Many procedures were unfortunately abbreviated. Harry turned to face the Chief Warlock directly. Abbreviated, Headmaster. Or deliberately avoided. After all, as Chief Warlock even then, you had the power to insist on proper procedure. A murmur ran through the courtroom at this direct challenge. Dumbledore's expression remained serene, but Harry noticed his fingers tighten slightly on the arms of his chair. I understand your distress, Harry, Dumbledore said kindly. However, this hearing is not about past procedural oversights, but about your current situation. Many people are very concerned for your welfare after your abrupt departure from Hogwarts. My welfare? Harry's laugh held no humor. That's rich coming from the man who bound my magic and left me with abusive relatives for 10 years. This time, the murmur became an outright buzz of shocked conversation. Madame Bones rapped sharply on her desk for order. Those are serious allegations, Mr. Potter, she said once quiet had been restored. They are facts, Madame Bones, verified by Gringotts through blood and magical testing. He gestured to Bloodfang, who stepped forward with a sealed parchment. Gringotts confirms these findings, the goblin stated, presenting the document to Madame Bones. Multiple bindings were placed on Mr. Potter's magical core between the ages of 15 months and 11 years, all bearing the same magical signature. Additionally, his placement with Muggle relatives violated the expressed wishes in the Potter will, which was sealed by order of the Chief Warlock. The courtroom erupted again, louder this time. Fudge looked between Dumbledore and Harry with growing alarm, while Umbridge's face twisted with malicious interest. "Order!" Madame Bones commanded, her voice magically amplified. When the room quieted, she continued more calmly. "These allegations, while troubling, are not directly relevant to the petition before us today. Let us return to the matter of Sirius Black." On the contrary, McGonagall spoke up from where she stood near Harry. "They are entirely relevant. The same individual who imprisoned Sirius Black without trial also deliberately circumvented the Potter will and placed bindings on Mr. Potter's magic. It establishes a pattern of behavior that directly bears on the credibility of the original case against Black." Dumbledore rose to his feet, his customary twinkle entirely absent. "Minerva, I understand your concern for young Harry, but these public accusations serve no constructive purpose. Perhaps we might adjourn to discuss these matters privately." "There will be no more private discussions, Albus," McGonagall replied firmly. "Too many decisions affecting Harry's life have been made behind closed doors already." Madame Bones cleared her throat. "The petition before us is clear and legally binding. Mr. Potter has invoked an ancient right that supersedes normal ministry procedure. The question is simple: is this body prepared to grant Sirius Black a proper hearing with Veritaserum to determine the truth of the accusations against him?" "Absolutely not," Fudge blustered. "Black is a convicted murderer. This is merely a distraction from the fact that Potter has been kidnapped from a binding magical tournament." "I was not kidnapped, Minister," Harry said clearly. "I left Hogwarts voluntarily with my head of house after my name was entered into the Goblet of Fire without my knowledge or consent. As for the binding nature of the tournament, my emancipation as head of House Potter invalidates any magical contract made without my informed consent." He withdrew a document from his robes and presented it to Madame Bones. "This certification of emancipation, properly executed and witnessed by Gringotts, confirms my legal status." Fudge sputtered incoherently as Madame Bones examined the document. After a moment, she looked up with a carefully neutral expression. "This appears to be in order. Under wizarding law, Mr. Potter is legally recognized as an adult, with all rights and responsibilities thereof." "Preposterous." Umbridge spoke for the first time, her voice high and girlish. "A mere child cannot be emancipated without ministry approval." "Actually, he can," corrected Bloodfang. "Under the Ancient Houses Act of 1317, the last blood heir of a noble house may claim emancipation when there is evidence of mismanagement of their estate by a magical guardian. The evidence in Mr. Potter's case is, I assure you, overwhelming." Dumbledore had remained standing, his expression grave. "Harry," he said, addressing him directly. "I understand you feel misled and even betrayed. But there are greater concerns at play than you realize. Your safety, my safety." Harry interrupted, feeling his magic stir with his rising emotions. He took a breath, centering himself as Sirius had taught him. "My safety was hardly a priority when I faced Voldemort in first year, or a basilisk in second, or 100 Dementors in third. My safety wasn't considered when I was entered into a tournament where people have died. Each of those circumstances," Dumbledore began, "were tests," Harry finished for him. "Trials to see if I could survive what you knew was coming. Because of this." He pushed back his fringe to reveal his scar, now far less prominent than it had been. "Because of what you knew was inside it." A hush fell over the courtroom. Dumbledore went very still, his eyes fixed on Harry's faded scar. "Harry," he said softly, "what have you done?" "What you should have done years ago," Harry replied. "I removed it. The soul fragment. The piece of Voldemort you left inside me." The silence that followed was absolute. Even Fudge seemed stunned into speechlessness. Dumbledore's face had gone ashen. That's impossible," he whispered. "The prophecy, the connection, is broken," Harry confirmed. I'm free of it. Free of him. And I intend to stay that way, which is why I'm here today to ensure my godfather's freedom as well. Madame Bones, looking distinctly shaken but maintaining her professional composure, cleared her throat. In light of these extraordinary circumstances, I am invoking my authority as head of the DMLE to order an immediate full trial for Sirius Black, with Veritaserum questioning and the presentation of all evidence. This hearing is adjourned until such arrangements can be made. She rapped her gavel decisively, and the spell of silence that had gripped the room broke. The Wisengamot members began talking all at once, many rising to their feet. Fudge appeared to be arguing heatedly with Umbridge, while Dumbledore remained standing, his eyes never leaving Harry. "Come," McGonagall murmured, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. "We've accomplished what we came for today." Harry nodded, suddenly feeling drained. The confrontation with Dumbledore had taken more out of him than he'd anticipated. Together with the goblins, they moved toward the exit, ignoring the calls and questions from various ministry officials. Just as they reached the doors, Harry felt a gentle pressure against his mental defenses, a subtle probing that he recognized from occasional strange moments in Dumbledore's presence over the years. Anger flared within him. Turning back, he met Dumbledore's gaze directly and focused his unbound magic as Sirius had taught him, pushing back against the intrusion with all the force of his will. The old wizard visibly flinched, a look of shock crossing his face before he quickly masked it. "Not anymore," Harry said clearly, his voice carrying across the now quieting chamber. "Stay out of my head, headmaster." With that, he turned and walked out, leaving a stunned silence in his wake. In the corridor outside, McGonagall gripped his arm. "What happened?" "Dumbledore tried to use legilimency on me," Harry explained quietly. "I felt it and pushed back." McGonagall's expression darkened. "Using legilimency in a courtroom setting is highly illegal. He's growing desperate. Will it work?" Harry asked as they followed the goblins toward their private exit route. "Will Sirius really get a trial?" "Yes," McGonagall confirmed. "Amelia Bones is scrupulously fair, and you've given her no choice but to follow proper procedure. The evidence, once examined under magical verification, will clear Sirius." "And then what?" She offered him a rare smile. "Then we move to the next phase of reclaiming your life and preparing for whatever comes next." "Voldemort," Harry said grimly. "He's still out there, still trying to return. My name in the goblet proves it." "Indeed. But this time, you won't face him as a pawn in someone else's game." She squeezed his shoulder. "This time, you'll face him on your own terms, with allies who've been honest with you from the start." Harry nodded, feeling a strange mixture of dread and determination. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with dangers he could only guess at. But for the first time since entering the wizarding world, he felt he was walking it by choice, not by manipulation or design. They reached the private Floo connection, where Bloodfong handed them a small pouch of Floo powder. "Gringotts is satisfied with today's proceedings," the goblin said formally. "We will continue to monitor the situation and provide assistance as needed." "Thank you," Harry replied with genuine gratitude. "For everything." The goblin inclined his head. "The House of Potter has always dealt fairly with our kind. We do not forget such things." After the goblins departed, Harry and McGonagall prepared to return to Stormhaven. Just as Harry was about to step into the Floo, the door to the chamber burst open, revealing the last person he expected to see, Draco Malfoy, flanked by his father. "Potter," Draco said, slightly out of breath as though he'd been running. "Wait." Harry tensed, his hand moving toward his wand. "What do you want, Malfoy?" Lucius Malfoy placed a restraining hand on his son's shoulder. "My son insisted on speaking with you, Mr. Potter. Against my better judgment, I have facilitated this meeting." "Make it quick," McGonagall said coldly, her wand already in her hand. Draco glanced at his father, who nodded slightly before stepping back. The young Slytherin approached Harry cautiously. "Is it true, he asked without preamble. You broke free of Dumbledore's control. You're claiming your house. Harry studied his school rival with suspicion. Why do you care? Because it changes everything, Draco replied, lowering his voice. If Potter House rises again as a political force, look, I know we've been enemies, but there are things happening that are bigger than school rivalries. What things? Harry asked, intrigued despite himself. Draco glanced again at his father, who remained impassive. I can't say here. But if you're really taking control of your inheritance, you need to know that the old alliances are shifting. Dumbledore isn't the only one with plans for you. Is that a threat? McGonagall asked sharply. No, Draco said, surprising Harry with his sincerity. It's a warning. And? He hesitated, looking uncomfortable, maybe an offer. An offer? Harry repeated skeptically. Of information. Maybe more. Draco extended his hand, the same hand Harry had refused in their first year. Things are changing, Potter. Some of us need to decide which side we're really on. Harry stared at the offered hand, conflicting thoughts racing through his mind. After everything that had happened, the revelations about Dumbledore, the tournament, his unbound magic, could he really consider an alliance with the Malfoys? Then again, if he'd learned anything in the past 2 days, it was that the wizarding world was far more complex than the simple light versus dark narrative he'd been fed. Making a decision, Harry took Draco's hand briefly. I'm listening, Malfoy. But trust goes both ways. A look of relief crossed Draco's face. I'll contact you securely. Father can arrange it. Lucius Malfoy stepped forward, his expression unreadable. Your performance in the Wizengamot today was impressive, Mr. Potter. Perhaps there is more of your ancestry in you than meets the eye. With that cryptic remark, he guided his son from the room, leaving Harry to wonder what new complications had just been added to his already chaotic life. Can we trust them? He asked McGonagall as they stepped into the flue. Not entirely, she replied pragmatically. But in the game of power that's unfolding, information from all sources is valuable. Just remember that the Malfoys always have their own agenda. Harry nodded, taking a pinch of flue powder. As the green flames engulfed him, carrying him back to Stormhaven, he reflected that perhaps the most significant change wasn't his unbound magic or his legal emancipation, but the fact that he was finally beginning to understand the true nature of the wizarding world he'd entered 4 years ago. A world of shifting alliances, ancient powers, and hidden agendas, where nothing was quite as simple as it had once seemed. The weeks following the preliminary hearing brought dramatic changes to the wizarding world. True to her word, Madame Bones arranged a full trial for Sirius Black within days. Under Veritaserum, Sirius revealed the truth about the Potter's secret keeper switch, his confrontation with Pettigrew, and his subsequent wrongful imprisonment. The evidence was irrefutable, particularly when the Potters unsealed will explicitly stated their trust in Sirius and their suspicion of Pettigrew. By the end of November, Sirius Black had been fully exonerated, awarded substantial compensation for wrongful imprisonment, and reinstated as head of the ancient and noble House of Black. The Daily Prophet, which had initially portrayed Harry as a kidnapped victim and McGonagall as a deranged abductor, rapidly changed its tune when faced with incontrovertible evidence and the political rehabilitation of Sirius Black. A series of explosive articles by an unexpected ally, Rita Skeeter, who had been persuaded through means neither Harry nor McGonagall chose to examine too closely, revealed the extent of Dumbledore's manipulations, the Ministry's corruption, and the truth about Harry's upbringing. Public opinion swung dramatically, with many witches and wizards expressing outrage at the treatment of their young hero. Dumbledore's position as chief warlock came under scrutiny, and calls for Minister Fudge's resignation grew louder with each new revelation. Meanwhile, at Stormhaven, Harry continued his intensive training with Sirius and McGonagall. His unbound magic, initially erratic and overwhelming, gradually came under his control as he learned techniques from both his teachers that Hogwarts had never offered. The problem with Hogwarts education, Sirius explained one cold December morning as they practiced advanced shielding charms in Stormhaven's practice chamber, is that it's designed for the lowest common denominator. Everyone learns the same spells in the same way, regardless of their natural affinities. Harry deflected Sirius's stunner with a shield that glowed with unusual intensity. What do you mean by affinities? Every wizard has natural strengths in certain branches of magic, McGonagall interjected from where she observed their practice. Some have an affinity for transfiguration, others for charms or defensive magic. The educational system ignores these differences in favor of standardization. So what are my affinities? Harry asked, curious. Defense, obviously, Sirius replied, sending another spell that Harry blocked easily. But there's something else, something rarer. McGonagall nodded thoughtfully. I've been observing your practice. You have an unusual connection to elemental magic, particularly air and fire. It's subtle, but unmistakable. Elemental magic? Harry lowered his wand, intrigued. I've never heard of that at Hogwarts. You wouldn't have, Sirius said with a snort. It's considered advanced and somewhat unpredictable. The Ministry prefers magic that's easily categorized and controlled. Which is why we're going to begin incorporating it into your training, McGonagall decided. Your ancestors were known for elemental affinities, it appears in the Potter family grimoire. The grimoire had been another revelation, a massive, ancient book retrieved from the Potter vault containing generations of magical knowledge, family secrets, and spells developed or modified by his ancestors. Harry had been studying it diligently, absorbing information about his family's magical heritage that had been kept from him for years. Their training was interrupted by the arrival of Tonks, who had been their most reliable source of information from the Ministry and the wizarding world at large. Her hair was a vibrant purple today, which Harry had learned indicated excitement. Big news, she announced, dropping into a chair with characteristic lack of grace. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament is scheduled for next week, and get this, they're still maintaining Harry's slot in the competition. What? Harry exclaimed. How can they? I'm not even at Hogwarts. Apparently, the goblet's magic is insistent, Tonks explained. According to Crouch, if you don't participate, you'll suffer magical consequences for breaking the contract. McGonagall's expression hardened. This is exactly what I feared. They're using the tournament to try to force Harry back to Hogwarts. There's more, Tonks continued. The task involves dragons. Each champion has to retrieve a golden egg from a nesting mother dragon. Sirius swore colorfully. Dragons? For 17-year-olds. That's beyond dangerous, it's criminally negligent. And they expected me to face one at 14, Harry added grimly. Still think Dumbledore wasn't testing me? A thoughtful silence fell as they all considered the implications. We have to make a decision, McGonagall said finally. Either Harry appears for the task, or we find a way to counter the magical contract. Can we? Harry asked. Counter it, I mean. Possibly, Sirius mused. Your emancipation and the removal of the bindings on your magic changed your magical signature. The contract was with a bound, underage Harry Potter who no longer exists in the same form. That's theoretically sound, McGonagall agreed, but magical contracts are notoriously unpredictable. We would need an expert opinion. The goblins? Harry suggested. Better, Sirius said suddenly. The Department of Mysteries. They study magical contracts, among other things. And I happen to know someone there who owes me a favor. An unspeakable. Tonks looked impressed. They never talk about their work. This one might, for the right reason. Sirius grinned mysteriously. Leave it to me. 2 days later, they received their answer in the form of a securely delivered letter. Sirius read it aloud to their small council, which now included not only Harry, McGonagall, and Tonks, but also Remus Lupin, who had joined them after Sirius's exoneration. After examination of the magical contract created by the Goblet of Fire, Sirius read, "I can confirm that it binds the magical signature of the person named at the time of selection. Significant changes to that signature, such as those created by the removal of binding spells and a ritual emancipation, create a loophole in the contract's enforcement. However, complete avoidance may still carry consequences, as the intent of the original magic remains." "What does that mean in practical terms?" Harry asked. Remus, who had been studying the problem from a different angle through ancient texts in the Potter library, spoke up. "I believe it means you don't have to participate fully, but you can't ignore the tournament entirely without risking some magical backlash." "The letter continues," Sirius said. "My recommendation is a formal appearance at each task to acknowledge the contract, followed by a deliberate forfeit. This should satisfy the letter of the agreement while minimizing risk and involvement." McGonagall nodded slowly. "That's actually quite elegant. You appear, are counted present, but do not actually compete. So I just show up and say, 'I forfeit'?" Harry asked, finding the solution almost anticlimactic after weeks of worry. "Essentially, yes," Sirius confirmed. "But we'll make it count politically. Each appearance becomes a statement." "A statement about what?" Harry questioned. "About choice," McGonagall explained, warming to the idea. "About refusing to be manipulated, even by supposedly binding magic. About standing on principle rather than playing by rules you never agreed to." Harry considered this approach. "I like it. It's honest, and it makes the point without putting me in danger. It also keeps you visible," Remus added. "Which is strategically important. Disappearing entirely would allow others to control the narrative about you." "Speaking of narratives," Tonks interjected, "Skeeter's latest article has Fudge on the defensive again. Public opinion is shifting hard against the Ministry's handling of your case and Sirius's imprisonment. There's talk of a vote of no confidence after the new year." "And Dumbledore?" Harry asked. "Maintaining his position at Hogwarts, but he's resigned as Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards," Tonks reported. "Officially to focus on his educational duties, but really because international pressure was mounting after our revelations." Harry nodded, feeling a complex mixture of emotions about Dumbledore's downfall. Despite everything, he couldn't take pleasure in it. The headmaster had been manipulative and secretive, yes, but Harry still believed he had acted out of genuine concern, however misguided. "So we're agreed?" Sirius asked. "Harry appears at the first task, makes a formal statement, and forfeits?" Everyone nodded, and preparations began immediately. The day of the first task dawned cold and clear. Harry dressed in formal robes bearing the Potter crest, his blackthorn wand secured in its holster. McGonagall and Sirius would accompany him. Sirius's exoneration meant he could now appear publicly, while Tonks and Remus remained at Stormhaven as backup. They apparat to the boundaries of Hogwarts, where they were met by an official ministry escort led by Percy Weasley, who looked torn between bureaucratic officiousness and genuine concern for Harry. "Mr. Potter," he greeted stiffly. "The minister has instructed me to convey you directly to the champion's tent. The task begins in 30 minutes. "Thank you, Percy," Harry replied, deliberately using his first name to remind him of their personal connection. "How's your family?" Percy's formal demeanor cracked slightly. "They're concerned about you, actually. Especially Ron and Ginny. And the twins keep doing impressions of McGonagall resigning that are getting them in trouble." Harry smiled at this glimpse of the Weasley family he'd missed. "Tell them I'm fine, will you?" "Better than fine, actually." As they walked toward the Quidditch pitch, which had been transformed into an arena for the task, Harry noticed the stares and whispers following their progress. Students and visitors alike pointed and murmured as the famous Harry Potter, now even more notorious after his dramatic departure and the subsequent revelations, returned to Hogwarts grounds. The champion's tent stood at the edge of the arena. Inside, the other three champions waited nervously. Cedric Diggory straightened immediately when Harry entered. "Harry," he exclaimed, stepping forward to shake his hand. Are you alright? Everyone's been wondering what happened. I'm fine, Cedric, Harry assured him. Sorry about all the drama. Fleur Delacour and Victor Krum approached as well, curiosity evident in their expressions. You are competing after all? Krum asked in his gruff manner. Not exactly, Harry replied. I'm here to address the contract, but I'll be forfeiting the task. Fleur's perfect eyebrows rose. Can you do that? The Goblet's contract is supposed to be binding. There are always loopholes, Sirius said from behind Harry. Especially when the initial entry was fraudulent. Further conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the tournament officials, Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Barty Crouch Sr., and Ludo Bagman, along with Minister Fudge, who had apparently decided to attend personally. Dumbledore's gaze immediately found Harry's, a complex mix of emotions visible in the old man's eyes. Harry. I'm glad to see you well. Headmaster, Harry replied neutrally. Fudge puffed up importantly. Now, see here, Potter. This disappearing act of yours has caused quite enough trouble. After this task, we'll need to discuss your return to proper guardianship and, Minister, Sirius interrupted smoothly, my godson is legally emancipated and under the protection of both House Potter and House Black. There will be no discussion of guardianship. Fudge deflated slightly, eyeing Sirius warily. The minister hadn't quite adjusted to the political reality of Sirius Black as an exonerated, powerful lord of an ancient house. Yes, well, the task is about to begin, he mumbled. Bagman, explain the procedure. Ludo Bagman stepped forward with his usual enthusiasm, explaining about the dragons, the golden eggs, and the scoring system. Throughout his explanation, Harry noticed Barty Crouch Sr. watching him with an odd intensity that made him uncomfortable. Now, each champion will draw a model of the dragon they'll face from this bag, Bagman continued, producing a small purple sack. Ladies first. Fleur reached into the bag and withdrew a miniature model of a Welsh green dragon with the number 2 around its neck. Krum drew the Chinese fireball with a 3, and Cedric the Swedish shortsnout with a 1. And finally, Mr. Potter, Bagman held the bag out to Harry. Actually, Harry said clearly, I won't be drawing. I'm here to formally acknowledge the tournament as required by the Goblet's contract, but I am officially forfeiting this and all subsequent tasks. A stunned silence followed his announcement. You can't forfeit. Bagman exclaimed. The contract requires my presence and acknowledgement, Harry corrected him. Both of which I'm providing. It does not require my participation, especially given that I never entered my name in the first place. Dumbledore stepped forward, his expression grave. Harry, the magic of the goblet is ancient and powerful. We cannot predict the consequences of such a forfeit. We've consulted experts, Headmaster, McGonagall interjected coolly. Including those in the Department of Mysteries. Mr. Potter's changed magical status since the selection provides sufficient grounds for this approach. Changed magical status? Dumbledore repeated, his gaze sharpening. You refer to the removal of the protections? Harry met his eyes steadily. I refer to the removal of the bindings on my magic and the parasitic soul fragment you left in place, yes. Gasps came from the other champions and officials who hadn't been aware of these revelations. This is highly irregular, Crouch Sr. declared, his voice stiff. The rules clearly state, the rules, Sirius cut in, never anticipated a situation where an underage wizard's name was entered fraudulently as part of a plot that the Ministry and Hogwarts failed to prevent. Harry is making a good faith effort to address the magical contract without participating in a tournament he never consented to join. Fudge looked torn between bureaucratic rigidity and political expediency. The public backlash if anything happened to Harry due to Ministry insistence would be catastrophic for his already precarious position. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested gently, we should allow Mr. Potter to make his formal statement to the audience and judges, then determine how to proceed. This compromise seemed to satisfy everyone temporarily, and Harry was led out into the arena ahead of the other champions. The crowd fell silent as he walked to the center of the field, facing the judge's box where several ministry officials sat alongside the school heads. Taking a deep breath, Harry raised his wand to his throat and cast, sonorous, his voice amplified to reach every corner of the stadium. "My name is Harry Potter," he began simply. "For months ago, I was looking forward to a normal school year, or as normal as Hogwarts ever gets." This earned a ripple of laughter from the students. "Instead, I found my name coming out of the Goblet of Fire in a tournament I never entered and was too young to compete in." He paused, letting his gaze sweep across the assembled crowd. "That night changed everything. It forced me to confront truths that had been hidden from me, about my family, my inheritance, and manipulation I had been subjected to for years. It also showed me who truly had my best interests at heart." Harry turned slightly to acknowledge McGonagall, who stood at the edge of the field with Sirius. Professor McGonagall resigned rather than see another student placed in danger. "She chose my safety over her career and over blind obedience to authority. For that, I will always be grateful." Murmurs spread through the crowd as Harry continued. "I'm here today to acknowledge the Triwizard Tournament as required by the Goblet's contract. However, I formally forfeit this and all subsequent tasks. I will not participate in a competition I never entered, nor will I allow myself to be used as entertainment in a potentially deadly spectacle." The murmurs grew louder, but Harry pressed on. "To my fellow champions," he turned toward where Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb now stood watching, "I wish you skill and safety in the tasks ahead. You entered this tournament willingly and deserve the glory it can bring." He lowered his wand, cancelling the sonorous charm, and turned to walk back toward McGonagall and Sirius. He had only taken a few steps when a searing pain shot through his scar, the first he had felt since the soul fragment's removal. Harry staggered, clutching his forehead. Visions flashed through his mind, a dark room, a massive snake, a withered form in a chair. Voldemort's voice, hissing in anger about failure and a change of plans. "Harry!" Sirius was suddenly beside him, supporting him as his knees threatened to buckle. The vision faded as quickly as it had come, leaving Harry gasping. "He's angry," he managed to say. "Voldemort, he's furious that something's gone wrong." McGonagall paled. The connection should have been severed with the removal of the soul fragment. "It's weaker," Harry confirmed, straightening with Sirius's help. "More distant. But still there, somehow." Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion near the judge's stand. Barty Crouch Sr. had collapsed, convulsing on the ground while Percy Weasley shouted for a healer. "What's happening?" Harry asked, but neither McGonagall nor Sirius had an answer. The stadium was in an uproar now, spectators rising from their seats for a better view as officials rushed to Crouch's aid. Dumbledore had knelt beside the fallen man, his wand moving in diagnostic patterns. And then, as Harry watched, something extraordinary happened. Crouch's features began to bubble and shift, his hair changing color, his body thinning and transforming before their eyes. "Polyjuice," Sirius breathed. "That's not Crouch." Where Barty Crouch Sr. had lain, a different man now writhed on the ground, younger, with straw-colored hair and a manic gleam in his eyes as he fought against the hands restraining him. "Barty Crouch Jr., McGonagall gasped. "But that's impossible. He died in Azkaban years ago." "Apparently not," Sirius said grimly. The crowd's confusion had turned to panic now, with some students screaming and pushing toward the exits. Ministry officials surrounded the revealed impostor, wands drawn, while Dumbledore attempted to restore order. "We need to leave," McGonagall decided. "Now, before this descends into complete chaos." Harry nodded, still shaken by the vision and the unexpected revelation. They began moving toward the exit, Sirius keeping a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. They had almost reached the edge of the field when a spell blasted the ground near their feet. Harry spun, wand already in hand, to see Barty Crouch Jr. had broken free in the confusion and was running toward them, firing curses wildly. "Potter!" he screamed, his face contorted with rage and desperation. The Dark Lord will rise. You have only delayed the inevitable. Sirius pushed Harry behind him, returning fire with precision that spoke of his aura training. McGonagall joined him, her wand work crisp and devastating as she transfigured the ground beneath Crouch's feet into quicksand. The impostor sank to his knees, still firing curses that Sirius and McGonagall deflected with shield charms. Ministry auras were closing in from behind, but Crouch seemed determined to reach Harry at any cost. "You were supposed to die in the tournament," he shrieked. The plan was perfect. Understanding dawned on Harry with sickening clarity. "You put my name in the goblet," he called. "You're the one who's been working for Voldemort." Crouch's face twisted in a grotesque smile. The faithful servant, returning to aid his master's rebirth. "And I would have succeeded if not for that meddling cat." He spat in McGonagall's direction. Before anyone could react further, Crouch suddenly went rigid, his eyes rolling back as a powerful stunning spell hit him from behind. Dumbledore stood several yards away, his wand extended, his expression grim. "Secure him," the headmaster ordered the approaching Aurors. "Full magical restraints and constant guard. I believe we have much to learn from Mr. Crouch." As the Aurors took the unconscious impostor into custody, Dumbledore approached Harry, McGonagall, and Sirius. "Are you hurt?" he asked, genuine concern in his voice. "We're fine," Harry replied, still processing the rapid sequence of events. "But I had a vision, of Voldemort. He knows something's gone wrong with his plan." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "A vision? Even after the removal of the—" He trailed off, glancing at the nearby Aurors. "Yes," Harry confirmed. "Weaker, but still there." "This is not the place to discuss such matters," Dumbledore said quietly. "Perhaps, when things have calmed, with respect, Headmaster," McGonagall interrupted coolly, "we've moved beyond private discussions in your office. Whatever information you have about Harry's connection to Voldemort should be shared openly with those who are actually protecting him now." Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking every year of his considerable age. "You are right, of course, Minerva. Old habits of secrecy are difficult to break, even when they no longer serve their purpose." "We'll be in touch through proper channels," Sirius said, not unkindly but firmly. "For now, we need to get Harry away from here." Dumbledore nodded, stepping aside. "Of course. Though Harry," he added as they turned to leave, "I hope you know that despite our differences, my desire to see you safe has never wavered." Harry met the old wizard's eyes one last time. "I believe you, Headmaster. But good intentions aren't enough when lives are at stake." With that, they made their way through the still chaotic crowd, past reporters shouting questions and students craning for a glimpse of the drama. As they reached the apparition point beyond Hogwarts' boundaries, Harry looked back at the castle, at once so familiar and now strangely distant, like a home he had outgrown. The events at the first task sent shockwaves through the wizarding world. The Daily Prophet's headline the next day screamed, "Death Eater infiltrates Triwizard Tournament. Potter's forfeit reveals sinister plot." Barty Crouch Jr.'s interrogation under Veritaserum exposed a conspiracy that chilled even the most skeptical ministry officials. He confessed to imprisoning and impersonating his father, placing Harry's name in the goblet under a fourth school, and planning to turn the Triwizard Cup into a portkey that would have transported Harry to a ritual designed to resurrect Voldemort using Harry's blood. The revelation that an escaped Death Eater had not only been alive but had successfully infiltrated both Hogwarts and the Ministry threw the wizarding government into crisis. Minister Fudge, who had spent months denying the possibility of dark activity, found himself facing a vote of no confidence when the Wizengamot reconvened after the new year. For Harry, the most significant outcome was vindication. His decision to leave Hogwarts, once portrayed as irrational or coerced, was now recognized as having thwarted a sophisticated plot against his life. Even skeptics had to acknowledge that his concerns about being entered into the tournament against his will had been entirely justified. Back at Stormhaven, Harry's training intensified. The vision during the first task had proven that his connection to Voldemort, while weakened, still existed. This suggested that the Dark Lord would find another way to attempt his resurrection, perhaps even more desperately now that his initial plan had failed. The elemental magic is your key, Sirius insisted during a particularly grueling practice session in late December. It's unpredictable, yes, but that's precisely why it's effective against conventional dark magic. Harry concentrated, feeling the air currents around him respond to his will. With a focused thought and a gesture from his blackthorn wand, he created a swirling vortex that lifted a practice dummy and slammed it against the far wall of the training room. Better, McGonagall approved. But you're still forcing it rather than guiding it. Elemental magic is about harmony with the forces around you, not dominance over them. Harry nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. His understanding of magic had expanded dramatically since leaving Hogwarts. Where once he had viewed spells as discrete tools to be memorized and executed, he now perceived magic as a complex, interconnected system of energies that could be approached in countless ways. Again, he said, readying his stance for another attempt. As he worked to master his growing abilities, the outside world continued to evolve in response to the revelations from the first task. Unexpected allies emerged, including, surprisingly, Draco Malfoy, who had established a cautious correspondence with Harry through secure channels. "My father's position is complicated," Draco had written in one letter. "He made choices years ago that he's been trying to navigate ever since. The Dark Lord's potential return forces everyone to choose sides more definitively. Not everyone who followed him before wishes to do so again." These cryptic communications hinted at divisions within the traditionally dark families, those who genuinely believed in blood supremacy versus those who had followed Voldemort out of fear or political expedience and now saw alternatives in the shifting landscape. Even more surprisingly, Harry received a formal request for a meeting from Narcissa Malfoy, Draco's mother and Sirius's cousin. After careful consideration and extensive security precautions, they agreed to meet at a neutral location, a private room at Gringotts under goblin protection. The meeting was set for the day after Christmas, which Harry spent quietly at Stormhaven with his new family, Sirius, Remus, McGonagall, and Tonks, who had brought her mother Andromeda and father Ted to join their celebration. It was the first truly happy Christmas of Harry's life, filled with genuine warmth rather than the forced cheer of Hogwarts or the exclusion he'd experienced with the Dursleys. The following morning, Harry and Sirius traveled to Gringotts through secure channels, arriving at the meeting room before Narcissa to inspect it for any potential threats. "Remember," Sirius cautioned as they waited, "Narcissa is a black by birth. That makes her formidable, regardless of her marriage to Lucius. Don't underestimate her because she appears refined or restrained." Harry nodded, adjusting the formal robes he wore for such occasions. He had grown more comfortable with his role as head of House Potter over the past months, learning the protocols and expectations that came with the position. The door opened, and Narcissa Malfoy entered, alone as agreed. She was striking rather than conventionally beautiful, with the same aristocratic features as her sister Andromeda, though her blonde hair and colder demeanor distinguished her from her disowned sibling. "Cousin," she greeted Sirius with a slight inclination of her head before turning to Harry. "Mr. Potter. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting." "Mrs. Malfoy," Harry replied formally. "Please, be seated." She gracefully took the chair opposite him, her posture perfect, her face revealing nothing of her thoughts or emotions. "I'll come directly to the point," she said after the initial pleasantries had been observed. "The events at the Triwizard Tournament have accelerated matters that might otherwise have developed more gradually. The Dark Lord's attempt to return through such elaborate means suggests desperation, which makes him more dangerous, not less." Harry exchanged a quick glance with Sirius before responding. "I appreciate your candor, Mrs. Malfoy, but I'm curious why you're sharing these insights with me rather than with your husband's associates." A hint of a smile touched Narcissa's lips. "Direct, like your mother." Lily Evans never minced words either. Before Harry could react to this unexpected mention of his mother, she continued. "My priority has always been my family's safety and prosperity. I supported my husband's allegiances when they served that purpose. I am reconsidering that support in light of recent developments. You're looking for protection, Sirius surmised. Insurance against Voldemort's return. Narcissa didn't flinch at the name, which told Harry volumes about her composure. I'm looking for options, cousin. The landscape is shifting. New powers are emerging. Her gaze rested meaningfully on Harry. Powers that might offer alternative paths to those my husband previously felt compelled to follow. And Lucius? Harry asked. Does he share your perspective? My husband is a pragmatist above all, she replied smoothly. He recognizes that his previous master's methods led not to the elevation of wizard kind as promised, but to destruction and chaos. The question is whether there are viable alternatives that would allow him to reposition without sacrificing everything he's built. Harry considered her carefully. What exactly are you proposing, Mrs. Malfoy? An alliance of convenience, to begin with, she said. Information exchange, political coordination where our interests align, and mutual defense against common enemies. And in return? Sirius asked skeptically. In return, the Malfoy family's considerable resources and influence become available to you, rather than arrayed against you. She leaned forward slightly. Make no mistake, Mr. Potter. The Dark Lord will return. When he does, the wizarding world will polarize again, those with him and those against him. But there is room for nuance in how that opposition manifests. Harry was silent for a long moment, weighing her words and searching for the trap or deception he instinctively felt must be present. Yet his improved magical sensitivity detected no immediate falsehood in her statement. I need time to consider your proposal, he said finally. An evidence of good faith. Narcissa reached into her robes and withdrew a small velvet pouch, which she placed on the table between them. A gesture of that good faith. Inside you'll find a key to a specific vault within the Lestrange holdings. My sister Bellatrix concealed something there for the Dark Lord before her imprisonment, an object of great importance to him. Sirius stiffened. You know about his Horcruxes? Narcissa's composure slipped for the first time, genuine surprise flashing across her features. You know what they are? How many? We're working on that, Harry said, not wanting to reveal how much or little they actually knew. In truth, the concept of Horcruxes had only recently been discovered in their research into Voldemort's survival and the nature of the soul fragment that had been in Harry's scar. Recovering quickly, Narcissa continued. The object in the vault is one such item. I cannot retrieve it myself without alerting my sister's proxy guardians of the vault, but you, as head of House Black, she nodded to Sirius, can petition for access based on family magic and inheritance law. Why would you betray your sister and Voldemort this way? Harry asked bluntly. Narcissa met his gaze directly. Because I have seen the future the Dark Lord offers, and it ends with my son dead or enslaved to a madman's vision. I will not sacrifice Draco for an ideology that has already failed once. The raw honesty in her voice convinced Harry more than any political argument could have. Whatever her other motivations or allegiances, Narcissa Malfoy's love for her son was genuine and powerful. I'll consider your proposal, he said. And investigate this lead. But understand this, I'm not Dumbledore, gathering followers to direct as chess pieces. Any alliance we form would be based on transparency and mutual benefit, not manipulation or half-truths. I would expect nothing less from the son of Lily Evans, Narcissa replied, rising gracefully to her feet. Contact me through Draco when you've reached a decision. Time grows short, Mr. Potter. The Dark Lord's first plan failed, but he will have others. After she departed, Sirius examined the key with a mixture of wariness and curiosity. This could be significant, Harry. If Voldemort really did create multiple Horcruxes, it would explain how he survived that night in Godric's Hollow. And the one that was in me? Harry asked, touching his faded scar. Probably accidental, a fragment broken off when his killing curse rebounded, Sirius theorized. Dumbledore must have suspected, which is why he left it in place. He might have thought removing it would kill you. Harry felt a chill at how close that possibility had come to reality. Do you trust her? Narcissa? Sirius sighed. Trust is too strong a word. But I believe her about protecting Draco. The Black family loyalty to blood is legendary, particularly between mothers and their children. They took the key to the goblins for verification, confirming that it indeed provided access to a high-security vault belonging to Bellatrix Lestrange, currently in Azkaban for torturing Frank and Alice Longbottom into insanity. We'll need to approach this carefully, Sirius said as they returned to Stormhaven. Horcruxes are the darkest of magic. If Voldemort made multiple ones, destroying them all becomes essential to defeating him permanently. This new information added urgency to their efforts. Over the coming weeks, they expanded their research and planning, bringing Remus and McGonagall fully into their confidence regarding the Horcruxes. Through careful negotiation with the goblins, they arranged for an inspection of the Lestrange vault, scheduled for mid-January. Meanwhile, the second task of the Triwizard Tournament approached. As he had during the first task, Harry appeared to formally acknowledge the tournament but declared his forfeit. This time, however, there was no chaos or revelation, just a straightforward statement followed by his departure while the legitimate champions faced the challenge of the Black Lake. What did emerge, however, was a growing movement among the Hogwarts students. Inspired by Harry's stand against manipulation and danger, many were beginning to question the structures and systems they had previously accepted without thought. Led initially by Hermione Granger and, surprisingly, Neville Longbottom, students from all four houses formed discussion groups about educational reform, ministry oversight, and the treatment of different magical species. When Harry visited Hogsmeade in February to meet with Ron and Hermione, under heavy security provided by Sirius and Tonks, he was astonished by the changes in his friends. It's like everyone suddenly woke up, Hermione explained excitedly over butterbeers in a private room at the Three Broomsticks. Once we started asking questions about why certain things are the way they are, we couldn't stop. Neville's been brilliant, Ron added, having fully reconciled with Harry after the truth about the tournament plot emerged. Turns out he knows loads about wizarding law and tradition. His grandmother's been sending him books that the Hogwarts library doesn't even have. And Luna Lovegood, from Ravenclaw, she has perspectives none of us would ever think of, Hermione continued. Even the Slytherins have gotten involved. Not Crabbe and Goyle, of course, but Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis have been coming to meetings, and sometimes Blaise Zabini. What about Draco? Harry asked casually. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. He's different lately, Ron said reluctantly. Less of a git, anyway. Doesn't go around insulting Muggleborns or picking fights anymore. He asked me about advanced arithmancy principles last week, Hermione added, still sounding bewildered by this development. An actual academic question, with no snide comments or anything. Harry nodded, keeping his correspondence with Draco to himself for now. Some alliances were still too new and fragile for broader disclosure. And Dumbledore? He asked. How is he handling all this student activism? Carefully, Hermione replied. He's been more visible around the school lately, attending some of our discussion groups and listening more than speaking. I think he's trying to adapt rather than resist. He asked about you, Ron mentioned. Not directly, but he wanted to know if we'd heard from you and if you were doing well. Harry considered this. His feelings toward Dumbledore remained complex, anger and betrayal mixed with understanding of the impossible choices the old wizard had faced and the genuine care he seemed to hold for Harry despite his manipulations. I might be willing to talk with him, Harry said finally. Not alone, and not at Hogwarts, but somewhere neutral. There are things we need to discuss that are bigger than our personal issues. I think he'd welcome that, Hermione said softly. He seems sadder now. More human, somehow. Their conversation shifted to lighter topics, Quidditch, classes, and the latest antics of the Weasley twins, who had apparently been inspired by Harry's rebellion to accelerate their own plans for independence through their joke products business. As Harry prepared to leave, Hermione hugged him tightly. I'm proud of you, she whispered. For standing up for yourself, for all of us really. You've started something important, Harry, whether you meant to or not. Back at Stormhaven, Harry reflected on Hermione's words as he practiced his elemental magic, now able to create and control substantial manifestations of air, fire, and to a lesser extent, water. Had he started something? His actions had been personal, driven by self-preservation and anger at manipulation. Yet they seemed to have catalyzed broader changes in the wizarding world, students questioning authority, political realignments, even pure-blood families reconsidering their allegiances. The exploration of the Lestrange vault proved Narcissa's information correct. Hidden among piles of gold and dark artifacts, they found a small golden cup bearing the symbol of Helga Hufflepuff, a relic of immense historical value transformed into a vessel for the darkest magic. You can feel the wrongness of it, Remus said as they examined the cup within a contained magical field at Stormhaven. Like it's pulling at your soul somehow. The goblin specialists they had brought with them, at considerable expense and after complex negotiations, confirmed that the cup contained a soul fragment similar to what had been removed from Harry's scar. The ritual to destroy it will be complex, the lead goblin explained. And dangerous. Soul magic is volatile, especially when deliberately corrupted as this has been. But it can be done? Harry asked. Yes, the goblin confirmed. For a price. The price was steep, not just in gold, but in magical concessions and future considerations for goblin rights. Harry agreed without hesitation, understanding that this was about more than money, it was about building alliances for the coming conflict. The destruction of the Cup Horcrux occurred during the spring equinox, a time of magical balance that the goblins deemed appropriate for such work. Harry insisted on being present, despite the dangers, feeling a responsibility to witness the process. The ritual took place in a specially prepared chamber deep beneath Gringotts. As the goblin chanters reached the climax of their incantation, the cup began to vibrate violently, emitting a high-pitched wail that set Harry's teeth on edge. Then, with a sound like tearing metal, a dark, oily substance erupted from the cup, forming briefly into a screaming face that Harry recognized with a jolt of horror as a younger Voldemort before dissipating into nothingness. One down, Sirius said grimly as they left Gringotts. But how many more are there? That question led them back to a difficult but necessary decision. It was time to meet with Dumbledore. The meeting was arranged for neutral ground, an ancient stone circle on an unplottable island off the Scottish coast. McGonagall and Sirius accompanied Harry, while Dumbledore came alone as agreed. The old wizard looked diminished somehow as he approached across the windswept grass, his robes whipping around him in the spring breeze. Without the backdrop of Hogwarts or the Wizengamot, he seemed simply an elderly man, powerful still but bearing the weight of many regrets. Harry, he greeted, inclining his head respectfully. Minerva, Sirius. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting. Professor, Harry replied neutrally. You're looking well. A slight smile touched Dumbledore's lips. A polite fiction, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Shall we? He gestured to the circle of standing stones, where simple wooden benches had been conjured. They seated themselves, the atmosphere tense but not hostile. Harry had moved beyond raw anger to something more complex, a determination to understand, even if he could not fully forgive. I believe we share a common concern, Dumbledore began after a moment of silence. Voldemort's attempt to return may have been thwarted, but he will try again. Indeed, there are signs he is already implementing alternative plans. What signs? Sirius asked sharply. Movement among known sympathizers. Disappearances that echo the pattern of the First War. And disturbances at certain locations connected to Tom Riddle's past. You mean places where he might have hidden Horcruxes, Harry said bluntly. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. You've discovered them, then? I wondered, after you mentioned the soul fragment in your scar. We've found and destroyed one, McGonagall informed him. Hufflepuff's cup, from the Lestrange vault. Genuine surprise registered on Dumbledore's face. That is, remarkable progress. May I ask how you located it? We have sources, Harry said, not yet ready to reveal their tentative alliance with Narcissa Malfoy. But we need to know how many there are in total. You've been researching Voldemort longer than anyone. You must have theories. Dumbledore sighed deeply. I do. Based on magical significance and what I know of Tom's obsessions, I believe he created 6 deliberate Horcruxes, making his soul split into 7 parts including the portion that remains in his homunculus form. 6. Sirius looked appalled. No wonder he's barely human anymore. Indeed. The diary that possessed Miss Weasley in Harry's second year was one. The cup you've destroyed is another. I strongly suspect he used artifacts belonging to the founders where possible. Slytherin and Ravenclaw items would be likely candidates. And the others? McGonagall pressed. A family ring from the Gaunt line, his mother's family. And something personal to him, though I'm less certain about this one. Perhaps his familiar, the snake Nagini. Harry did the count mentally. That's 5. You said 6 deliberate ones. Dumbledore's gaze turned sad as it rested on Harry. Yes. The 6th deliberate one likely takes the form of an object I have yet to identify. The fragment in your scar was, as Sirius correctly theorized, an accident, created when his killing curse rebounded, splitting his already unstable soul once more. So we need to find and destroy 4 more, Harry summarized. Do you know where they might be? I have suspicions about the ring, Dumbledore admitted. The others will require more investigation. But Harry, his voice grew more urgent, there is something you should know about the connection that remains between you and Voldemort. The visions, Harry nodded. I still get them occasionally, though they're weaker now. Your scar was never the only connection. It was the strongest, yes, but your encounter that night in Godric's Hollow linked you in multiple ways, through the killing curse, through the protection your mother left in your blood, through prophecy itself. Prophecy? Harry repeated. What prophecy? Dumbledore looked genuinely startled. They haven't told you. Harry turned to McGonagall and Sirius, who exchanged uncomfortable glances. We were waiting for the right time, Sirius admitted. After everything else you were processing. Tell me now, Harry said firmly. And so, on that windswept island, Dumbledore finally revealed the full prophecy that had shaped Harry's life before he was even born. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication, neither can live while the other survives. So it's always been leading to this, Harry said when Dumbledore finished. Me against him. A final confrontation. That is one interpretation, Dumbledore acknowledged. But prophecies are notoriously ambiguous. What matters most is not what was foretold, but what we choose to do with the knowledge. And your choice was to keep me in the dark, bind my magic, and prepare me like a lamb for slaughter, Harry said, his voice surprisingly calm despite the accusation. My choices were made from incomplete understanding and excessive caution, Dumbledore replied, not defending himself. I believe the connection through the Horcrux was too dangerous to leave uncontained, yet too intertwined with your own magic to remove safely. I was wrong on both counts, as you've proven. And the other bindings? The ones you placed as I grew older? Fear, Dumbledore admitted simply. Fear that your power, growing in proximity to that soul fragment, might be corrupted or might draw too much attention too soon. I sought to regulate your magical development until you were ready. Ready for what? Harry challenged. To die fighting Voldemort? No, Harry. For the first time, a hint of the old Dumbledore's fire returned to his eyes. Ready to live, despite everything that fate and Tom Riddle had done to deny you that right. I made grave errors in how I sought to protect you, but never doubt that protection, not sacrifice, was my intent. The sincerity in the old wizard's voice gave Harry pause. He had come to this meeting expecting justifications or manipulations, not this raw honesty. We need to work together, McGonagall said into the silence that followed. Whatever mistakes were made, whatever trust was broken, Voldemort remains the true enemy. We cannot afford division in the face of his return. Minerva is right, Sirius agreed reluctantly. We have different methods, different perspectives, but ultimately the same goal. Harry considered their words, and Dumbledore's confession. The anger he had carried for months had not disappeared, but it had transformed into something more productive, a determination to forge a better path forward. Conditional cooperation, he said finally. We share information about the Horcruxes and Voldemort's activities. We coordinate efforts to find and destroy them. But, he fixed Dumbledore with a firm gaze, no more secrets. No more manipulations. I'm not your student or your weapon, Headmaster. I'm your ally, or I'm nothing to you at all. Dumbledore met his gaze steadily, a new respect evident in his blue eyes. I accept your terms, Harry. And may I say, you have grown into a remarkable young man, one your parents would have been immensely proud of. The mention of his parents sent an unexpected pang through Harry's heart. For all the revelations and changes of the past months, that fundamental loss remained a constant ache. There's one more thing, Harry said, an idea forming as he reflected on everything they'd discussed. The third task is approaching. I'll forfeit as before, but I think we should use it as an opportunity. How so? Sirius asked. Voldemort's plan was to use the tournament to kidnap me for his resurrection ritual. He'll be looking for another way now, another source of blood. What if we appear to offer him one? McGonagall frowned. You cannot be suggesting using yourself as bait, Potter. Not exactly, Harry clarified. But we could spread certain information, make it seem as though I'll be vulnerable at a specific time and place. Set a trap rather than waiting for him to spring one of his own. Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully. A bold strategy, and not without merit. But extremely dangerous, even with careful planning. I'm not the same defenseless boy I was before, Harry reminded them all. My magic is unbound, I've been training intensively, and I'm no longer alone. The discussion that followed was lengthy and detailed, as they debated the risks and potential of Harry's suggestion. By the time they left the island, a preliminary plan had been formed, one that would use the third task as a staging ground not for Voldemort's return, but for a coordinated effort to intercept his agents and possibly locate another Horcrux in the process. As they prepared to depart, Dumbledore asked for a moment alone with Harry. Sirius and McGonagall withdrew a short distance, still keeping Harry in sight. There is one thing I did not mention before the others, Dumbledore said quietly. Something I believe you have a right to know, though it brings me no pleasure to tell you. What is it? Harry asked warily. Your mother's sacrifice, the protection that lives in your blood, it is powerful magic, ancient and profound. Voldemort will seek to use it, to incorporate it into his resurrection. You think he'll still try to use my blood specifically? I believe he will be fixed on that goal, yes. Blood taken by force from the one who defeated him, it would serve both practical magical purposes and his sense of symmetry and vengeance. Harry considered this. You're saying I should let him take it? Dumbledore looked genuinely startled. No, Harry. I would never suggest, but it would create another connection, Harry pressed, following the logic. One that might weaken him or give us an advantage somehow. Theoretically, yes. Your mother's protection, flowing in his veins, might create a vulnerability. But the risk, is mine to assess, Harry finished firmly. I'll consider it as we develop our plan. Not as a certainty, but as a possibility. Dumbledore studied him with a mixture of concern and pride. You have your mother's strategic mind and your father's courage. A formidable combination. They rejoined Sirius and McGonagall, and after final arrangements for future communication were made, Dumbledore departed first, disapparating with a crack that echoed off the ancient stones. What did he say to you? Sirius asked immediately. Harry hesitated, then decided that his new policy of transparency should apply in all directions. He explained Dumbledore's theory about his blood and its potential use in Voldemort's resurrection. Absolutely not, McGonagall declared when he finished. The idea of deliberately allowing that monster access to your blood, it's not about allowing anything, Harry clarified. It's about understanding what he's after and potentially using that knowledge against him. We're playing a long game here. Sirius looked troubled but thoughtful. Your instincts have been good so far, Harry. But this would be an enormous risk. I know. Harry gazed out at the churning sea surrounding their island meeting place. But at some point, we have to move from defense to offense. Voldemort has been dictating the terms of this conflict since before I was born. It's time we changed that. As they prepared to return to Stormhaven, Harry felt a strange sense of clarity. The months since his name had emerged from the Goblet of Fire had been chaotic, painful, and transformative. He had lost some illusions but gained truth. He had faced betrayal but found genuine allies. And perhaps most importantly, he had begun to reclaim not just his power or his heritage, but his agency, his right to choose his own path rather than follow one laid out by prophecy or manipulation. The third task loomed ahead, and with it, the next phase of their struggle against Voldemort. But for the first time since entering the wizarding world, Harry Potter felt truly ready to face whatever came, not as the boy who lived, but as himself. Chapter 3, Forged in Fire. Spring blossomed across Scotland, painting the rugged landscape around Stormhaven in vibrant greens and purples. From his favorite spot on the eastern terrace, Harry watched a red-tailed hawk circle lazily above the valley below, riding thermals with effortless grace. The sight reminded him of his own growing affinity for air elemental magic, the way he could now sense currents and patterns that had always been invisible to him before. Beautiful, isn't it? Sirius joined him at the stone balustrade, his face healthier and fuller than it had been months ago. Freedom and purpose had transformed his godfather almost as much as the unbinding ritual had changed Harry. I was just thinking that I'd give almost anything to be on my firebolt right now, Harry admitted. Flying is the one thing I really miss about Hogwarts. Sirius grinned. No reason you can't fly here. In fact. He gestured toward the castle entrance, where Remus emerged carrying Harry's broomstick. We thought you could use a break from training. Harry's face lit up. Seriously? But I thought we were working on wandless shields this morning. Even warriors need rest, Potter, McGonagall said, appearing behind Remus. Though she still maintained her naturally stern demeanor, months at Stormhaven had softened something in her. Her hair occasionally escaped its tight bun, and she'd taken to wearing more comfortable robes in deep forest green rather than her formal teaching attire. Besides, she added with the ghost of a smile, your elemental work should be practiced in natural settings. Consider this an opportunity to experiment with combining your affinity for air with your flying skills. Harry didn't need to be told twice. Within minutes, he was soaring above Stormhaven, the wind rushing through his hair as he executed dives and spirals that would have given Madame Hooch a heart attack. But this was different from Quidditch flying, more intuitive, more connected. As McGonagall had suggested, he began experimenting, reaching out with his magic to feel the air currents around him. With growing confidence, he directed a gentle updraft beneath his broom, allowing it to carry him higher with minimal effort. Then, more boldly, he created a swirling vortex and rode its edge like a muggle surfer, laughing aloud at the pure joy of it. From the ground below, Sirius, Remus, and McGonagall watched his aerial experiments. He's really something, isn't he? Remus said softly. James would be over the moon, Sirius agreed, his voice thick with emotion. Both of them would be. McGonagall's eyes tracked Harry's flight with professional assessment and personal pride. He's exceeded all expectations. 6 months ago, I feared we might be risking everything on a desperate gamble. Now he's becoming who he was always meant to be, Sirius finished. Without the prophecy hanging over him like a guillotine. As they watched, Harry executed a particularly daring maneuver, diving straight down before pulling up at the last possible moment, a ripple of magical energy visibly cushioning his turn and propelling him skyward again. Merlin's beard, McGonagall breathed. That's not just elemental control, He's integrating it instinctively with his intent and movement. Remus nodded, impressed. Most wizards his age are still thinking of spells as discrete tools to be applied one at a time. He's starting to see magic as a continuous field he can shape. That's the Black family teaching method paying off, Sirius said with no small amount of satisfaction. None of that compartmentalized nonsense they teach at Hogwarts, no offense, Minerva. None taken, she replied dryly. I've had similar thoughts about our curriculum for years, though the Board of Governors has always resisted significant reforms. Their conversation paused as Harry swooped down toward them, hair windswept and cheeks flushed with exertion and excitement. That was brilliant, he exclaimed, dismounting smoothly. I can feel the air responding even before I consciously direct it. It's like it wants to help me fly. That's exactly how elemental affinity works, Sirius confirmed. The element recognizes something compatible in your magic and responds accordingly. Harry nodded, his expression turning more serious. I've been thinking about how to use this for our plan. If I can manipulate air currents on a larger scale, it could give us a significant advantage during the third task. The mention of their plan shifted the mood. In the 3 weeks since their meeting with Dumbledore, they had been developing a strategy to turn Voldemort's anticipated resurrection attempt into an opportunity of their own. The plan was daring, perhaps reckless, but with carefully calculated risks. Let's discuss it over lunch, McGonagall suggested. Tonks and Moody will be arriving soon with the latest intelligence. They moved inside to Stormhaven's Great Hall, where house elves, properly paid and given benefits after Hermione's emphatic insistence, had prepared a hearty meal. Harry had been initially surprised to discover that his family employed house elves, but these were nothing like Dobby had been under the Malfoys. The Potter elves were dignified, well-treated, and fiercely loyal to the family that had apparently been treating them with respect for generations. As they ate, Harry updated the others on his correspondence with his friends at Hogwarts. Hermione says the student reform movement is gaining real traction, he reported. They've actually got representation now on a school advisory board that Dumbledore created. Apparently he's been much more receptive to student input since, well, everything that happened. That's a significant concession from Albus, McGonagall noted with approval. The Hogwarts governance structure has remained essentially unchanged for centuries. According to Hermione, they're pushing for updated curriculum in Muggle studies and history of magic first, since those are the most obviously outdated. Harry grinned. She says Professor Binns actually noticed students falling asleep last week, possibly the first time in decades. Sirius snorted with laughter. Some things never change. He was putting students to sleep when I was there. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Tonks and Alastor Moody. The grizzled ex-Auror had been a surprising addition to their circle, initially suspicious of Harry's independence from Dumbledore, but won over by their direct approach to fighting Voldemort. His paranoia and experience had proven invaluable in planning their trap. We have confirmation, Moody announced without preamble, his magical eye swiveling independently of his normal one. The cemetery in Little Hangleton has seen increased activity. Magical signatures consistent with preparation for dark rituals. Peter Pettigrew? Sirius asked tightly, still haunted by his former friend's betrayal. Among others, Tonks confirmed, her hair a serious shade of blue today. We've identified magical signatures belonging to Walden McNair and possibly Augustus Roquefort, though they've been careful to mask their presence. Harry absorbed this information, mentally placing it within their evolving strategy. So we were right. They're preparing for a resurrection ritual, just in a different location than originally planned. And likely on a symbolic date, Moody added. The summer solstice falls the day after the third task. Maximum magical potential for a rebirth ritual. Which means, Remus concluded, that they'll still try to capture Harry during the tournament as planned, but transport him to Little Hangleton instead of using the cup as a portkey. Exactly, Tonks agreed. And they don't know that we know. Harry met each of their eyes in turn. Then our plan remains the same. I appear for the third task, make myself seemingly vulnerable, but with all of you positioned to track whoever makes the attempt and follow them back to Voldemort. While a convincing decoy takes your place at the actual ritual, Sirius finished. It's still risky, Harry. If anything goes wrong, it won't, Harry said with more confidence than he entirely felt. We've planned for every contingency. And I'm not exactly defenseless anymore. To demonstrate his point, he closed his eyes briefly, focusing on his magical core. When he opened them again, a visible aura of golden light surrounded him, rippling with strands of deeper red and silver, his raw magic made manifest through technique Sirius had taught him from the Black family grimoire. Impressive, Moody acknowledged gruffly. But raw power isn't everything, Potter. Constant vigilance and strategy matter more in the field. Which is why we have you, Harry replied with a smile that actually earned a grunt of approval from the paranoid Exor. They spent the next hour refining the details of their plan, assigning positions and establishing backup protocols. Moody, despite his retirement, still had connections throughout the Aura department who could be trusted to respond if things went south. Tonks would be officially on duty during the task, giving her legitimate reason to be present. Remus and Sirius would operate under disillusionment charms, while McGonagall would resume her former role as a Hogwarts professor for the day, Dumbledore having quietly arranged for her temporary reinstatement to help supervise the event. And Narcissa Malfoy? McGonagall asked, raising the most controversial aspect of their alliance. Do we trust her information about which Death Eaters will be involved? Trust is too strong a word, Harry replied, echoing Sirius's earlier assessment of his cousin. But her intelligence has been accurate so far. The warning about Rookwood particularly, that wasn't something we would have anticipated. I still don't like it, Moody growled. Malfoys can't be trusted. Never could be. Normally I'd agree with you, Sirius said, but Narcissa's primary loyalty has always been to her son, not to Voldemort. And she knows Draco is safer with Voldemort gone. The mention of Draco reminded Harry of another development. I received another letter from him yesterday. He says his father has been acting increasingly anxious, disappearing for meetings and returning agitated. And he overheard something about the master requiring essence of his enemy. Blood, Remus translated grimly. Just as Dumbledore predicted. They still want your blood specifically for the ritual. Harry nodded, his hand unconsciously moving to the crook of his arm where, in another timeline, Pettigrew might have cut him to collect that blood. Which gives us our opportunity, he said. They need me alive and relatively unharmed until the ritual. That constraint works in our favor. As the meeting concluded and their guests prepared to depart, Harry felt the now familiar weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. The plan was good, as solid as they could make it given the uncertainties involved, but the stakes were impossibly high. If they succeeded, they might prevent or significantly hamper Voldemort's return. If they failed. A Canute for your thoughts? McGonagall asked, finding him alone on the terrace after the others had left. Just wondering if we're doing the right thing, Harry admitted. Taking the offensive rather than staying hidden and protected. McGonagall considered this, her gaze distant. When I was younger, during the war against Grindelwald, I faced a similar question. My father encouraged me to leave Britain for safety. Many were doing so. But you stayed, Harry guessed. I did. She smiled faintly at the memory. I told my father that running from darkness only allows it to spread unchecked. Sometimes we must stand and fight, not because victory is certain, but because the alternative is unthinkable. Harry nodded slowly. That's how I feel. I could probably hide forever with all the Potter properties and resources. But other people would suffer while I was safe. People like Hermione, who Voldemort's followers would target first. Precisely. McGonagall placed a hand briefly on his shoulder, a rare gesture of physical affection from her. For what it's worth, Potter, I believe we are doing the right thing. Difficult, dangerous, but right. That evening, after additional practice with his elemental magic, Harry retreated to his chambers with the latest correspondence from Gringotts. The goblins had been systematically analyzing the Potter investments and holdings, identifying those that could be leveraged in the coming conflict. One report caught his particular attention, a detailed assessment of the Daily Prophet's ownership structure, revealing that the Potter estate held a significant minority stake that had been dormant since his parents' deaths. Interesting, Harry thought. The Prophet had been pivotal in shaping public opinion, first against him and Sirius, then in their favor once the truth began to emerge. Having influence over the wizarding world's primary news source could prove valuable. He made a note to discuss activating the Potter voting rights at the next shareholders' meeting. If they survived the confrontation ahead, there would be a new wizarding world to shape afterward, one that needed reliable information rather than ministry propaganda. A soft knock interrupted his planning. "Come in," he called, setting aside the financial reports. Sirius entered, carrying 2 steaming mugs. "Thought you might want some hot chocolate. Your dad always said it helped him think." Harry accepted the mug gratefully, the rich aroma bringing unexpected comfort. "Thanks. I was just going through the Gringotts reports." At 17, James was exclusively focused on Quidditch and your mother, Sirius remarked, settling into a chair across from Harry. "You're already managing family assets and planning political moves. It's rather remarkable." "I didn't exactly have a normal childhood to be a normal teenager," Harry pointed out without bitterness. "It was simply a fact." Sirius sighed. "No, you didn't. And I bear some responsibility for that." "If I hadn't gone after Peter, we've been through this," Harry interrupted gently. "You did what anyone would have done in that moment. And we're making up for lost time now." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, sipping their chocolate. Outside the window, stars were appearing in the darkening sky, brilliant and clear in the mountain air. "You know," Sirius said finally, "whatever happens with this plan of ours, I want you to know how proud I am of you. Not just of what you've accomplished with your magic or how you've handled everything that's been thrown at you, but of who you are. Your character." Harry felt a flush of embarrassment and pleasure at the praise. "I'm just doing what needs to be done. And that's exactly what I mean. You've had every reason to be bitter, angry, to focus on revenge. Instead, you've consistently chosen to protect others, to fight for something better." Sirius leaned forward earnestly. "That's not just doing what needs to be done, Harry. That's exceptional." The simple sincerity in his godfather's voice touched something deep in Harry's heart. For so long, he had craved this kind of recognition, not for his survival of Voldemort's attack or his accomplishments at Hogwarts, but for his choices, his character, the person he was becoming. "Thanks, Sirius," he said quietly. That means a lot." They spent the rest of the evening talking about lighter matters, Sirius sharing stories of his time with Harry's parents that he'd never heard before, small domestic moments and inside jokes that painted a fuller picture of James and Lily Potter than Harry had ever had. When he finally went to sleep, it was with a sense of peace that had been rare in recent months. Whatever challenges the third task might bring, he would face them knowing he was no longer alone. The morning of the third task dawned clear and mild, a perfect June day that belied the tension thrumming through Stormhaven. Harry rose early, his sleep having been disturbed by dreams of mazes and gravestones that he couldn't quite remember upon waking. He dressed with care in robes that blended practicality with the formal appearance expected of him as head of House Potter, dark green with subtle protective enchantments woven into the fabric by goblin tailors. His blackthorn wand was secured in its holster at his wrist, while his original holly wand was concealed in an inner pocket as backup. Around his neck hung a pendant McGonagall had given him, a small silver disc engraved with the Potter family crest on one side and a protection rune on the other. It contained a modified portkey enchantment that would activate if he spoke a specific phrase or if his vital signs indicated severe distress. Insurance, McGonagall had called it when presenting it to him. Because no plan survives first contact with the enemy. Breakfast was a subdued affair, each member of their group focused on their own preparations. Tonks had already left for Hogwarts, needing to be in position early as part of the official aura presence. Moody was checking and rechecking the enchanted map they'd created of the area surrounding Little Hangleton, marking approach vectors and potential escape routes. "The cemetery is here," he was explaining to Remus, jabbing a gnarled finger at the parchment. "Surrounded by anti-apparition wards according to our reconnaissance, but they extend only about 50 yards in each direction. Once we confirm the ritual site, we'll position ourselves here, here, and here." He marked 3 points just outside the ward boundary. Harry listened with half an ear, mentally reviewing his own role. He would appear for the third task as planned, make his formal statement forfeiting the competition, then allow himself to be separated from the main group in the confusion of the maze challenge. Their intelligence suggested that this was when Voldemort's agent would make their move, likely someone already positioned within Hogwarts. "Time check," Sirius called from across the room, where he was securing additional communication mirrors in a moleskin pouch. "We need to move in 30 minutes. Harry nodded, finishing his tea and standing to perform one last equipment check. Beyond the visible preparations, he also conducted a brief internal inventory, centering his magic as he'd been taught. The raw power that had once felt overwhelming now responded to his will with controlled precision, a tool rather than a wild force. "Potter," McGonagall approached, her formal teaching robes restored for the day's role. "A word before we depart." They moved to a quiet corner of the hall, where she studied him with unusual intensity. "I want you to promise me something," she said, her Scottish accent more pronounced than usual, a sign of her emotion. "What is it?" "Promise that if the situation deteriorates beyond our predictions, you will use the emergency port key immediately, without hesitation or heroics." Harry started to object, but she raised a hand to silence him. "I've watched too many brave young people sacrifice themselves unnecessarily in the belief that they alone could make the difference." Her voice had grown softer, carrying the weight of old griefs. "There is courage in strategic retreat when it preserves the ability to fight another day." "I promise," Harry said solemnly, understanding how much this meant to her. "No unnecessary heroics." She nodded, seemingly satisfied, then surprised him by briefly clasping his shoulder. "Your mother would approve of the wizard you're becoming, Potter." She had the same blend of courage and practicality. Before Harry could respond to this rare personal observation, Moody called for final assembly. They gathered in the castle's entry hall, where Sirius distributed the last of their enchanted communication devices and reviewed the emergency protocols one final time. "Remember," he concluded, "we're not aiming for a direct confrontation with Voldemort today. Our primary objective is intelligence gathering, disruption of the ritual if possible, and securing Harry's safety. Secondary objectives include identifying Death Eaters for future action and recovering any additional Horcruxes if the opportunity presents itself." Everyone nodded their understanding. Though they had been over the plan countless times, the review helped focus their minds on the task ahead. "All right then," Sirius said, forcing a confident smile. "Let's go crash a resurrection." They departed Stormhaven in stages, using different transportation methods to avoid creating a detectable pattern. McGonagall left first, using her temporary staff credentials to fly directly to Hogwarts. Moody and Remus followed, operating to predetermined locations near Hogsmeade from which they would approach the school grounds separately. Finally, only Harry and Sirius remained. They would travel together to Hogsmeade, then separate, Sirius disillusioning himself to take up his observation position while Harry made his official entrance as a tournament champion. "Ready?" Sirius asked, extending his arm for side-along apparition. Harry took a deep breath, looking around the entry hall of what had become his true home. "Ready." With a crack and the familiar sensation of compression, they disappeared from Stormhaven. They reappeared in a secluded clearing at the edge of Hogsmeade Village. The distant towers of Hogwarts were visible above the trees, bringing a rush of conflicting emotions for Harry, nostalgia and fondness mixed with the knowledge of how much had changed since he'd left those halls. "Remember," Sirius said, checking their surroundings for any observers, "the moment anything feels wrong, anything at all, activate the communication mirror. We'll all be watching, but you're our eyes and ears inside the Champions area. I know, Harry assured him. And I've got the port key if things go really sideways. Sirius nodded, then pulled Harry into a brief, fierce hug. Your parents would be bursting with pride today. I know I am. With that, he disillusioned himself, the spell rippling over his body until he was nearly invisible against the backdrop of trees and shadows. A faint shimmer in the air was the only indication of his movement as he headed toward the castle by a circuitous route. Harry squared his shoulders and began walking toward the main path that would take him to Hogwarts gates. As he emerged from the trees, he became aware of the festival atmosphere that had overtaken the normally quiet village. Banners representing all three competing schools hung from buildings, and visitors in a variety of wizarding attire crowded the streets, many heading in the same direction. That's him. It's Harry Potter. The one who quit the tournament. Whispers and pointing followed him as he made his way through the crowd. Some expressions were curious, others admiring, a few disapproving. The Daily Prophet's coverage of recent events had been surprisingly balanced thanks to Rita Skeeter's unexpected alliance with their cause, but public opinion remained divided about Harry's actions. Mr. Potter, a formal voice called, and Harry turned to see Percy Weasley approaching, looking officious in ministry robes. I've been sent to escort you to the champion's tent. Hello, Percy, Harry greeted him with genuine warmth despite the other man's stiff demeanor. How are you? A flicker of the real Percy showed through the professional facade. Well enough, though rather busy with all this tournament business. The ministry's been in something of an uproar lately. So I've heard, Harry replied mildly, falling into step beside him as they continued toward Hogwarts. How's your family? They're here today, actually. All of them except Charlie. Even Bill came from Egypt. Percy's tone softened slightly. They'll be glad to see you, especially Ron and Ginny. And the twins, of course, though they've been absolutely impossible since you left. Harry smiled at the thought of the Weasley twins drawing inspiration from his departure. I've missed them all. It'll be good to see them, even briefly. They passed through the gates of Hogwarts, where additional security measures were visible, ministry personnel checking credentials and casting detection spells on those entering. Harry's status as a champion, however irregular, granted him immediate passage. The grounds had been transformed for the occasion. A huge maze now occupied the Quidditch pitch, its hedges towering 20 feet high. Stands had been erected around it for spectators, already filling with excited students and visitors. Near the entrance to the maze stood a smaller tent where, Percy explained, the champions would receive their final instructions. You're still planning to formally forfeit? Percy asked as they approached the tent. Yes, Harry confirmed. I'm only here to fulfill the magical requirements of the contract. Percy nodded, looking slightly relieved. That's for the best, I think. The maze has been designed for fully qualified wizards. Despite your recent circumstances, you're still underage in terms of magical education. If only you knew, Harry thought, amused by Percy's assumption that his magical abilities remained those of a typical fourth-year student. The champion's tent was a hive of activity when they arrived. Ministry officials bustled about while the three legitimate champions prepared in their own ways. Cedric was practicing wand movements in a corner, his face a mask of concentration. Fleur sat with her eyes closed, apparently meditating. Victor Crumb was engaged in what looked like physical stretching exercises. All three looked up as Harry entered, their expressions a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Harry. Cedric broke away from his practice to greet him with a handshake. Wasn't sure you'd actually come. I said I would, Harry replied. Had to honor the contract, even if I'm not competing. Fleur approached next, her Vila allure noticeably diminished as she focused on the task ahead. "It is good to see you well, Harry," she said with a small smile. "There have been many strange rumors. When aren't there?" Harry returned her smile, finding it easier to maintain his composure around her now that his magic was properly aligned. Crumb merely nodded respectfully from where he stood, which Harry returned in kind. They had never been close, but a certain mutual respect had developed following the revelations of the first task. Their interaction was interrupted by the arrival of Ludo Bagman, resplendent in his old Quidditch robes, looking slightly frazzled but maintaining his characteristic enthusiasm. "Champions! Gather round, gather round!" he called, beckoning them to the center of the tent. Almost time for the final challenge. As they formed a circle around Bagman, Harry noticed several other figures entering the tent: Dumbledore, Madame Maxime, and Karkaroff, along with Minister Fudge, who looked particularly uncomfortable upon seeing Harry. "Ah, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said, his blue eyes twinkling though his expression remained neutral. "I'm pleased you could join us for the conclusion of the tournament." "Headmaster," Harry acknowledged with a respectful nod, maintaining their public appearance of polite formality despite their recent collaboration. Fudge cleared his throat nervously. "Yes, well, good of you to honor the magical contract, Potter, even if you're not actually competing." Harry said nothing, simply regarding the minister with a steady gaze until the man looked away, tugging at his collar. "The rules of the third task are simple," Bagman continued, either oblivious to or choosing to ignore the underlying tensions. "The Triwizard Cup has been placed in the center of the maze. The first champion to touch it will receive full marks and be declared the winner of the Triwizard Tournament." He beamed around at them all as though this were the most exciting announcement possible. Harry noticed that Karkaroff looked particularly tense, his dark eyes darting around the tent as though searching for escape routes. Interesting, Harry thought. Our intelligence suggested Karkaroff might flee before Voldemort's return, fearing retribution for his testimony after the First War. Now, champions will enter the maze according to their current point standings, Bagman explained. Mr. Diggory and Mr. Crumb are tied for first place, so they will enter first, followed by Miss Delacour. He turned to Harry with a somewhat awkward expression. "Mr. Potter, as you have formally withdrawn from competition but must acknowledge the tournament to satisfy the contract, you will enter the maze briefly with the judges as witness, then exit through a side passage that has been prepared. You will then be escorted to the viewing area to watch the conclusion with the other spectators." "Understood," Harry said, mentally noting that this arrangement placed him exactly where their intelligence had suggested the abduction attempt would occur, isolated in a side passage away from the main spectacle. "Very well." Bagman clapped his hands together. "Champions, prepare yourselves. We begin in 15 minutes. As the officials moved away to discuss last-minute details, Harry took the opportunity to scan the tent more carefully, looking for anyone who seemed out of place or paying undue attention to him. His magical sensitivity, greatly enhanced since the unbinding ritual, allowed him to perceive the ambient magic of the tournament preparations as well as the individual magical signatures of those nearby. Nothing immediately stood out as suspicious, though he noted that the maze itself emanated a complex weave of enchantments far more intricate than would be typical for a school event. Someone had put extraordinary effort into its construction. A light touch on his arm drew his attention. McGonagall had entered the tent and was regarding him with her usual stern expression, though he could read the underlying concern in her eyes. "Professor McGonagall," he greeted her formally for the benefit of anyone listening. "Mr. Potter," she replied with equal formality. "I trust you are prepared for your role today." "Completely," he assured her, the double meaning clear between them. "I appreciate the headmaster allowing me to participate in this limited capacity." She nodded slightly, then lowered her voice. "Our mutual friend is in position. All is proceeding as planned." Before Harry could respond, a loud gong sounded outside the tent, signaling the 5-minute warning for the champions. "I should join the other judges," McGonagall said at normal volume. "Good luck to you all." Her gaze lingered on Harry for a meaningful moment before she departed. The remaining minutes passed quickly. Harry used the time to center himself once more, feeling the reassuring presence of his wand against his wrist and the emergency portkey against his chest. Whatever happened next, he was as prepared as he could be. "Champions, please follow me," Bagman called jovially, leading them out of the tent and toward the maze entrance where a substantial crowd had gathered. The 4 champions emerged to thunderous applause from the stands. Harry spotted the Weasleys immediately, their red hair unmistakable among the crowd. Hermione sat with them, waving frantically when she caught sight of him. He smiled and waved back, pushing away the pang of guilt at not having told them the full extent of today's plan. Bagman raised his hands for silence, then addressed the crowd with a magically amplified voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 3rd task of the Triwizard Tournament." More cheers erupted before he continued. "Our champions will enter the maze according to their current standings. The first to reach the Triwizard Cup at the center will be declared the winner." He went on to explain the various challenges within the maze, from magical creatures to enchanted obstacles, building the crowd's excitement. Finally, he turned to address Harry's unusual situation. "As many of you know, Mr. Potter has chosen to forfeit the tournament while honoring the magical contract. He will enter the maze briefly, then exit through a designated passage to join you all in the viewing area." This announcement drew mixed reactions, some applause, some murmurs of disappointment, a few scattered boos quickly hushed by those nearby. "And now," Bagman concluded dramatically, "champions, take your positions." Cedric, Victor, and Fleur moved to the main entrance of the maze, while Harry was directed to a smaller opening about 20 yards to the left, where Dumbledore and the other judges waited. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said as Harry approached, "once you have entered and proceeded approximately 50 paces, you will find a red-marked passage on your right. Follow it, and it will lead you out to the viewing area where staff will be waiting." "Thank you, Headmaster," Harry replied, conscious of the many ears listening to their exchange. The moment had arrived. According to their intelligence and planning, the attempt to capture him would most likely occur in that isolated side passage, away from the main spectacle and witnesses. Harry felt his heartbeat quicken, but his mind remained clear and focused. A second gong sounded. Cedric and Victor entered the maze first, disappearing quickly into its shadowy depths. Moments later, Fleur followed. Then it was Harry's turn. "Good luck, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said quietly as Harry stepped toward his entrance. Something in the old wizard's tone suggested he understood more about Harry's true purpose today than had been explicitly discussed. Harry nodded once, then entered the maze. The atmosphere changed immediately. Outside had been sunshine and cheering crowds, inside was dim, eerily quiet, with hedges that seemed to absorb sound. The air felt heavy with magic, pressing against Harry's enhanced senses like a physical presence. He proceeded cautiously, wand at the ready despite the supposed safety of his designated path. After approximately 50 paces, as Dumbledore had indicated, he found the red-marked passage branching off to his right. "Here we go," he thought, sending a pulse of magic into the communication device concealed in his robes to alert his allies that he was entering the critical phase of their plan. The side passage was narrower than the main corridor, the hedges pressing closer on either side. As Harry advanced, the sounds of the tournament faded entirely, replaced by an unnatural silence that set his nerves on edge. He was about halfway down the passage when he sensed it, a subtle disturbance in the magical field ahead, like a ripple in still water. Someone disillusioned or otherwise concealed was waiting. Harry maintained his pace, giving no indication that he detected anything amiss. He kept his wand ready but not raised, wanting whoever it was to believe they had the element of surprise. 3 more steps, and the attack came. A stunner shot from the seemingly empty air ahead, aimed with precision at Harry's chest. With reflexes honed by months of intensive training, he deflected it with a wordless shield charm, simultaneously dropping into a defensive crouch. Hominum Revelio, he cast, pushing enough power into the spell to overcome most concealment charms. The spell revealed a figure at the end of the passage, a wizard in dark robes who had clearly not expected Harry to react so quickly or effectively. As the concealment charm faltered, Harry recognized him with a jolt of surprise. "Rookwood," he said, identifying the former Unspeakable and Death Eater who had supposedly been in Azkaban. "I thought you were still enjoying ministry hospitality." Augustus Rookwood's gaunt face twisted in a snarl. Some arrangements were made for my early release, Potter. My master has need of my particular expertise. Fascinating, Harry replied, maintaining a calm he didn't entirely feel. This wasn't part of their intelligence, they'd expected Barty Crouch Jr. S accomplice, not a breakout from Azkaban that hadn't been reported. And what expertise would that be? Failed attacks on teenagers. Rookwood's response was another spell, not a stunner this time, but something darker that left a scorched trail as it passed where Harry's head had been a moment before. Harry had already moved, using his affinity for air to propel himself sideways faster than normal reflexes would allow. Impressive, Rookwood acknowledged, his voice coldly analytical despite the situation. Rumors of your enhancements appear to be accurate. The master will be pleased to study this development. Harry didn't bother responding verbally. Instead, he launched his own attack, a combination of conventional spellwork and elemental magic that created a swirling vortex of compressed air, lifting Rookwood off his feet and slamming him against the hedge wall. The Death Eater recovered quickly, casting a spell at the ground that sent vines erupting upward to entangle Harry's legs. Harry severed them with a cutting charm while simultaneously erecting a shield against Rookwood's follow-up curse. The duel intensified, spells flashing back and forth in the narrow confine of the hedge passage. Harry was holding his own, but he realized that Rookwood was remarkably skilled, fighting with the precision and creativity of someone who had studied magic at its most fundamental level during his time in the Department of Mysteries. He's testing me, Harry realized as they exchanged another flurry of spells. Assessing my capabilities while wearing me down. He doesn't want to seriously injure me because they need me intact for the ritual. This understanding gave Harry an idea. Instead of continuing to demonstrate the full extent of his abilities, he began to show signs of fatigue, allowing his shields to weaken slightly, his responses to slow. Rookwood pressed what he perceived as an advantage, advancing while maintaining his attack. You're strong, Potter, but untrained. Raw power without discipline is useless in the end. Harry stumbled deliberately, letting a mild jinx clip his shoulder. He winced convincingly, his wand arm dropping slightly as though weakened. Seeing his opportunity, Rookwood cast a stunner followed immediately by Incarcerus. The ropes shot toward Harry, who allowed them to partially bind his legs while he deflected the stunner. Enough of this, Rookwood snarled, closing the distance between them. The master awaits, and we have a schedule to keep. As the Death Eater reached for him, Harry made his move. Drawing on his elemental affinity, he created a sudden vacuum around Rookwood's head while simultaneously releasing a pulse of raw magic that shattered the ropes binding his legs. Rookwood gasped, clutching at his throat as the air was temporarily pulled from his lungs. In that moment of distraction, Harry cast a powerful stunning spell that caught the Death Eater squarely in the chest, throwing him backward to crumple unconscious against the hedge. Harry approached cautiously, keeping his wand trained on the fallen wizard. Phase 1 complete, he murmured into his communication device. Target secured, proceeding as planned. According to their strategy, he would now allow himself to be captured by checking Rookwood for a port key, then activating it to be transported to the ritual site where the rest of their team would be waiting to intervene. It was the most direct way to locate Voldemort's exact position and disrupt the resurrection attempt. But as he searched Rookwood, Harry found nothing resembling a port key. No ordinary object enchanted for transportation, no coordinates for apparition, nothing to indicate how the Death Eater had planned to deliver him to Voldemort. Something's wrong, he said into the communicator. No port key found. Repeat, no port key. Get out of there, came Sirius's immediate response. This doesn't match our intelligence. Fall back to extraction point Alpha. Harry began to retreat toward the maze entrance when a terrible, searing pain exploded in his scar, worse than anything he'd felt since the removal of the soul fragment. He staggered, one hand pressing against his forehead as visions flashed through his mind, a graveyard. A massive cauldron. A deformed, childlike figure being lowered into bubbling liquid. A chant in Pettigrew's trembling voice, bone of the father, unknowingly given. The vision shifted, and Harry saw through Voldemort's eyes as the diminished Dark Lord directed Pettigrew's actions. "Fool," the high, cold voice hissed. "Where is Rookwood with the boy? The ritual cannot be completed without the blood of the enemy." "Master, we have prepared an alternative," Pettigrew's voice quavered. "The Diggory boy, he is Potter's friend and ally. His blood will serve until, it must be Potter." Voldemort's rage sent another spike of pain through Harry's scar. "Only his blood contains the protection we seek to overcome. Your incompetence will be punished severely, Wormtail." The vision faded, leaving Harry gasping and reeling. "They've got Cedric," he said urgently into the communicator. "They're at the graveyard in Little Hangleton, using him as a substitute until they can get me." "This changes everything," McGonagall's voice came through, tight with concern. "We need to move now, before they harm Mr. Diggory." "I'm activating Emergency Protocol 3, Moody's gruff voice added. "Team converging on Little Hangleton immediately. Potter, get to Extraction Point Alpha and wait for—" "No," Harry interrupted, a cold determination settling over him as he made a decision. "Cedric's there because of me. Because they couldn't get to me. I'm not waiting while they torture or kill him as a substitute." "Harry, don't you dare," Sirius began. "I can get there faster than any of you," Harry cut him off. "I have a direct connection to Voldemort through my scar. I can use it to apparate directly to his location, bypassing their outer wards. That's theoretically impossible and practically suicidal." McGonagall objected. "It's also our only chance to save Cedric," Harry countered. "I'll delay them until you all arrive. Track my portkey signature." Before they could argue further, Harry closed his eyes and did something he'd been practicing in secret for weeks, something even Sirius might have considered too dangerous to attempt. He focused on the connection to Voldemort that still existed despite the removal of the soul fragment, feeling for the tether that linked them across space. Found it. A thin, dark strand connecting his consciousness to Voldemort's current location. Harry took a deep breath, gathered his magic around him like armor, and apparat along that connection, a technique that should have been impossible according to conventional magical theory. The sensation was far worse than normal apparition. It felt as though he were being dragged through a needle's eye made of broken glass, his very being compressed and stretched simultaneously. For a terrible moment, he feared he had made a catastrophic mistake. Then he was there, materializing at the edge of a graveyard just as twilight was beginning to fall. Ancient headstones cast long shadows across overgrown grass, and at the center of the cemetery, a group of dark-robed figures surrounded a massive cauldron from which steam billowed ominously. Harry's sudden appearance went momentarily unnoticed as the Death Eaters focused on the ritual underway. He could see Cedric bound to a headstone, conscious but clearly stunned and terrified. Pettigrew stood by the cauldron, a ceremonial dagger in his hand, while several other Death Eaters formed a circle around them. What caught Harry's attention most, however, was a small, misshapen figure cradled in Pettigrew's arms, a grotesque, scaly homunculus that Harry recognized from his visions as Voldemort's current form. Moving silently, Harry disillusioned himself with a wordless spell and began creeping closer, using the gravestones as cover. He needed to get within range to free Cedric before alerting the Death Eaters to his presence. "Flesh of the servant, willingly given." Pettigrew's voice shook as he raised the dagger to his own wrist. With a cry of pain, he severed his hand, allowing it to fall into the cauldron. The liquid within turned a burning red. Harry used the distraction of Pettigrew's scream to move closer to Cedric. He was nearly within reach when a cold voice froze him in place. "We have a visitor, Wormtail," the homunculus hissed. "Potter has decided to join us after all." A jet of red light shot toward Harry's position, forcing him to abandon stealth and raise a shield. His disillusionment charm shattered under the impact, revealing him to the assembled Death Eaters. "Harry!" Cedric called, his voice a mixture of relief and horror. "Get out of here. It's a trap." "How touching," Voldemort's childlike form said from Pettigrew's arms. The Hogwarts champions, united in their final moments. Seize him. The Death Eaters moved at once, wands raised. Harry counted quickly, 5 of them, plus Pettigrew, who was still whimpering over his severed hand. Fewer than he'd expected, which might give him a fighting chance until reinforcements arrived. Instead of retreating, Harry attacked first, using the elemental magic he'd been perfecting. With a sweeping gesture, he called forth a gust of wind powerful enough to stagger the advancing Death Eaters, following it immediately with targeted stunners that dropped 2 of them before they could recover. "Free Cedric," he shouted into his communication device, hoping his team could hear him. "Northeast corner of the cemetery, tied to the angel headstone." "Impressive, Harry," Voldemort said, sounding genuinely intrigued despite the situation. "You've grown stronger since our last encounter. Your magic feels different." "You have no idea," Harry replied, casting a cutting charm toward the ropes binding Cedric while simultaneously deflecting curses from the remaining Death Eaters. The ropes frayed but didn't break completely. Before Harry could try again, he was forced to dodge a killing curse that shattered the headstone behind him. "Enough!" Voldemort commanded. "The boy is mine. Continue the ritual, Wormtail." "Now." Pettigrew, still cradling his bleeding wrist, lowered Voldemort's homunculus form into the cauldron. The liquid bubbled more violently, turning an unnatural silvery white. Harry knew he had to act quickly. The ritual was nearing completion, and once Voldemort regained a body, the situation would become far more dangerous. He cast the most powerful blasting curse he could manage at the cauldron itself, but one of the Death Eaters intercepted it with a shield charm. "Blood of the enemy," Pettigrew continued, approaching Harry with the dagger still wet with his own blood, forcibly taken. Harry retreated, keeping the headstones between himself and Pettigrew while continuing to duel with the remaining Death Eaters. He was holding his own, but only just, fighting multiple opponents while trying to reach Cedric and stop the ritual was stretching his abilities to their limit. A familiar crack of apparition brought a surge of hope. Reinforcements had arrived. But instead of his allies, Harry saw with horror that more Death Eaters were appearing at the edge of the cemetery, at least a dozen more, led by Lucius Malfoy's unmistakable figure. "It appears the odds have shifted, Potter," Voldemort's voice came from within the now violently bubbling cauldron. "Your blood, if you please, Wormtail." Surrounded and outnumbered, Harry made a desperate decision. If Voldemort needed his blood to complete the ritual, perhaps he could turn that necessity against him. Dumbledore had hinted that Harry's blood, freely given rather than forcibly taken, might create a vulnerability in Voldemort's resurrection. It was a gamble, but with Cedric's life at stake and reinforcements delayed, it might be their only chance. "Wait!" Harry called, lowering his wand slightly. "I'll give you what you want." "Harry, no!" Cedric shouted, struggling against his bonds. "Interesting," Voldemort's voice echoed from the cauldron. "The boy surrenders." "I confess myself disappointed, Harry. I expected more fight from you." "Not surrendering," Harry replied, his mind racing as he formulated his plan. "Making a deal. My blood, freely given, in exchange for Cedric's life and safe passage." "Harry, don't do this," Cedric pleaded. Pettigrew looked uncertainly toward the cauldron. "Master?" "The boy thinks himself clever," Voldemort's voice was amused. "He believes there is power in the willing sacrifice of blood. Perhaps there is, at that." "Very well, Harry Potter. Your friend's life for your blood. A bargain." Harry advanced cautiously, wand still ready as Pettigrew approached with the dagger. The remaining Death Eaters kept their wands trained on him, clearly suspicious of his sudden cooperation. "Swear it," Harry demanded. "An unbreakable vow that Cedric goes free, unharmed." A cold laugh emanated from the cauldron. "You are in no position to demand unbreakable vows, Harry. But I give you my word as Lord Voldemort that if your blood completes my resurrection successfully, the Diggory boy will be released unharmed." It wasn't ideal, but it was the best Harry could hope for under the circumstances. He had to trust that his allies would arrive soon and that his gamble with the blood magic would create the vulnerability Dumbledore had theorized. "Fine," he said, extending his arm toward Pettigrew. "Do it." With trembling hands, Pettigrew drew the dagger across Harry's forearm, collecting the blood in a crystal vial. Harry winced but didn't resist, keeping his eyes fixed on Cedric, who watched the scene with a mixture of horror and confusion. "It is done," Pettigrew announced, carrying the vial of blood back to the cauldron. "Excellent," Voldemort's voice hissed. "And now, Harry Potter, you will witness my rebirth." Pettigrew poured the blood into the cauldron, which immediately began to spark and emit blinding white light. The Death Eaters fell back, shielding their eyes, as the cauldron melted away to reveal a tall, pale figure rising from the mist. Lord Voldemort had returned. He stood naked and ghost-white, more serpentine than human, with gleaming red eyes and slits for nostrils. As Harry watched, Pettigrew hastily draped a robe over his master's restored form. "My wand, Wormtail," Voldemort commanded, his voice no longer the high, cold whisper of the homunculus but a stronger, more resonant version of the same chilling tone. Pettigrew produced a wand from within his robes, presenting it with a deep bow. Voldemort took it, examining his own restored hand with evident pleasure. 13.5 years, he murmured. 13.5 years of waiting, of existing as less than the meanest ghost, but no longer. His red gaze fixed on Harry. "Thanks to you, Harry Potter, Lord Voldemort has risen again." Harry stood his ground, feeling the emergency portkey warm against his chest. His team would be arriving any moment, he just needed to keep Voldemort talking. "Impressive," Harry acknowledged, masking his fear with bravado. "Though I have to say, the nose is a bit of a downgrade from your previous look." Several Death Eaters gasped at his audacity. Voldemort, however, merely smiled, a terrible sight on his serpentine features. "Still defiant, even now. Your parents had that same foolish courage." He turned to address his followers. "My friends, my loyal servants, you see before you the boy who has long been called my downfall. The boy who survived by luck and the sacrifices of others. Tonight, that luck ends." "About that," Harry interjected, stalling for time. "I've been meaning to ask, why go to all this trouble? The tournament, the elaborate plot, the ritual? Seems excessive when a simple Avada Kedavra would do the job." Voldemort regarded him with something like amusement. "Educational curiosity, Harry. Very well, a final lesson before your end. Your mother's sacrifice left a protection in your blood, a protection I have now taken into myself by using that same blood in my resurrection. The very thing that once defeated me now strengthens me. Are you sure about that?" Harry challenged, sensing a flaw in Voldemort's reasoning. "Magic often has unexpected consequences, especially blood magic. Using my blood might have created a connection you didn't anticipate." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Voldemort's face before he masked it with contempt. "You know nothing of the ancient magics I have mastered, boy." "Maybe not," Harry agreed, detecting a familiar magical signature approaching, reinforcements at last. "But I know enough to keep you talking until my friends arrive." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. A delay tactic? How disappointingly predictable. He raised his wand. "I think it's time we ended this reunion." Avada. Before he could complete the curse, the air around the cemetery erupted with the distinctive cracks of multiple apparitions. Sirius, McGonagall, Moody, Remus, and Tonks appeared at strategic points around the perimeter, immediately engaging the Death Eaters with coordinated spell fire. "Now!" Harry shouted, diving toward Cedric while casting a powerful cutting charm that finally severed his bonds. "Portkey," he commanded, pressing the emergency pendant against Cedric's arm. "But you," Cedric began. "Go." Harry insisted, activating the portkey with a pulse of magic. Cedric vanished with a pop just as a curse struck the headstone where he had been bound. Chaos engulfed the cemetery as spells flew in all directions. Harry rolled behind a large gravestone, narrowly avoiding a killing curse from Voldemort himself. "Kill them all," the Dark Lord commanded his followers. "But Potter is mine." Harry caught glimpses of his allies through the battle, Sirius dueling two Death Eaters simultaneously, McGonagall transfiguring headstones into animated defenders, Moody taking down opponents with ruthless efficiency despite his wooden leg. They were outnumbered but fighting with coordination and skill born of extensive planning. A flash of silver blonde hair caught Harry's attention, Lucius Malfoy, not engaging in the battle but retreating toward the edge of the cemetery, a small object clutched in his hand. Something about his movement seemed purposeful rather than cowardly, as though he had a specific mission separate from the main conflict. The Horcrux, Harry realized with sudden clarity. Narcissa had mentioned there might be another one beyond the cup they'd already destroyed. If Lucius was protecting something on Voldemort's orders. Harry made a split-second decision. While Voldemort was occupied dueling Sirius and Remus together, he disillusioned himself again and sprinted after Malfoy, weaving between gravestones for cover. He caught up to Lucius at the cemetery's edge, where the older wizard was carefully placing what appeared to be an ancient diadem into a warded box. "That's Ravenclaw's diadem," Harry said, dropping his disillusionment and training his wand on Malfoy. "Another Horcrux." Lucius froze, then turned slowly, his aristocratic features a mask of careful neutrality. "Potter. I should have known you wouldn't simply flee with the others." "Hand it over, Malfoy." Lucius's eyes narrowed. "You have no idea what you're dealing with, boy." "Actually, I do," Harry countered. "I know exactly what that is and what it means to Voldemort. The question is, do you really want to die protecting a fragment of a madman's soul?" Something flashed across Lucius's face, doubt, perhaps, or calculation. "The Dark Lord will triumph tonight. Your little rescue party is outnumbered and outmatched." "Look again," Harry suggested, sensing a shift in the battle behind them. Indeed, the tide had turned. Additional allies had arrived, members of the Auror Corps Moody had alerted, led by Amelia Bones herself. The Death Eaters were now the ones outnumbered, several already stunned or bound. "Your wife made a choice, Lucius," Harry said quietly. "A choice to protect your son's future. You can make the same choice now." Malfoy's composure cracked slightly. "Narcissa? What do you know of?" "Enough to know she values Draco's life above Voldemort's cause," Harry interrupted. "She helped us find and destroy the Hufflepuff Cup. She chose family over a master who would sacrifice you all without hesitation." Indecision wore on Lucius's normally controlled features. Behind them, the sounds of battle intensified as Voldemort realized his followers were being overcome. "The Dark Lord cannot be defeated," Lucius said, though with less conviction than before. "He can be," Harry insisted. "We've already destroyed one Horcrux. With the diadem, we're one step closer. Make your choice, Malfoy, but make it quickly." A terrible scream of rage cut through the night. Voldemort had seen them and realized what was happening. A jet of green light shot toward them, missing Harry by inches. In that moment, Lucius made his decision. With a swift movement, he thrust the warded box containing the diadem into Harry's hands. "Tell Narcissa, tell her I chose Draco," he said urgently. "Now go." Harry didn't waste time questioning this unexpected alliance. He activated his emergency port key just as another killing curse cut through the air where he had stood. The familiar hook behind his navel yanked him away from the graveyard, the sounds of battle fading as he was transported to the designated safe point, a secure room deep within Gringotts where goblin healers and his remaining allies waited. He landed hard, clutching the box containing the Horcrux as he staggered to maintain his balance. "Harry!" Hermione's voice startled him. She rushed forward, followed closely by Ron and, surprisingly, Draco Malfoy. "Are you all right? Where are the others?" "Still fighting," Harry gasped, his adrenaline beginning to ebb. "Aurors arrived. They should be able to," he broke off as additional port keys activated, bringing Tonks and Remus, both looking battered but alive. Moments later, McGonagall appeared, supporting a bleeding but conscious Sirius. "Moody?" Harry asked immediately. Covering the retreat with Bones and her team, Remus explained, helping Sirius to a nearby chair. "They're extracting everyone safely." "And Voldemort?" Harry pressed. "Disappeared when the Aurors arrived in force," Tonks reported, her hair a subdued blue as she nursed a wounded arm. "Along with his inner circle. But we captured at least 8 Death Eaters, including Rookwood and Dolohov." "Cedric?" "Safe at Hogwarts," McGonagall assured him. "Shaken but unharmed." The goblin healers moved among them, treating injuries with their unique brand of medicine that worked faster than conventional magical healing. As a particularly nasty cut on Sirius's forehead was sealed, Harry became aware of Draco hovering uncertainly nearby, his face pale with anxiety. "My father?" the Slytherin asked quietly. "Did you see him?" Harry hesitated, unsure how to convey what had happened. "He was there," he confirmed. He gave me this." He indicated the warded box. "It's a Horcrux, a piece of Voldemort's soul stored in an object. Your father chose to help us rather than protect it." Draco's eyes widened. "He chose against the Dark Lord." "But that means, he's in danger," "Yes," Harry acknowledged. "But he made his choice consciously. He said to tell your mother that he chose you." The normally composed Slytherin seemed at a loss for words, his features a complex mixture of fear, pride, and confusion. "He chose me," he repeated softly. "We need to get this secured immediately," McGonagall interrupted, gesturing to the box. "The goblins are prepared for it." Indeed, several senior goblins had approached, led by a particularly ancient one whose elaborate armor marked him as someone of great importance. "The Horcrux will be contained until the destruction ritual can be prepared," the lead goblin announced. "Our bargain continues to bear fruit, Mr. Potter." Harry handed over the box carefully. "Thank you for your assistance. We couldn't have done this without Gringotts' expertise." As the goblins departed with their dark cargo, Harry finally allowed himself to process everything that had happened. Voldemort had returned, yes, but not according to his plan. The resurrection had been rushed, interrupted, and potentially compromised by Harry's freely given blood rather than forcibly taken. 2 Horcruxes had been destroyed, with a third now secured. Death Eaters had been captured, and most importantly, everyone on their side had survived. It wasn't a complete victory, but it wasn't the catastrophe it could have been. "What happens now?" Ron asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Harry exchanged glances with Sirius and McGonagall before answering. "Now we prepare for what comes next. Voldemort's return won't be a secret after tonight, not with Aurors as witnesses and captured Death Eaters to testify. The Ministry will have to acknowledge the truth." "And Hogwarts?" Hermione asked. "We'll need to be ready," McGonagall replied grimly. "As will all of you. The relative peace we've enjoyed is over. War has returned to the wizarding world." Harry looked around at their small but determined group, friends and former enemies now united by a common purpose. It wasn't how he had imagined his 4th year at Hogwarts ending, but then nothing had gone as expected since his name had emerged from the Goblet of Fire that fateful November night. "We'll be ready," he said with quiet confidence. "We've already changed the rules of this fight." Voldemort expected to return in secret, to gather strength while the Ministry denied his existence. Instead, he faces a prepared opposition and a wizarding public that will know the truth immediately. "Thanks to you, Potter," McGonagall said with unmistakable pride. "Your courage tonight saved lives and altered the course of what's to come." Harry shook his head. "Not just me. All of us. We did this together." As the goblin healers finished their work and preparations began for their return to Stormhaven, Harry found a moment alone with Sirius, who was looking remarkably cheerful for someone who had just dueled Voldemort himself. "You know what this means, don't you?" his godfather asked, a ghost of his old mischievous smile playing on his lips despite their circumstances. What? Your insane plan actually worked. Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. James would be insufferably proud. Lily would be terrified and proud in equal measure. And I. His voice grew more serious. I couldn't be more honored to fight alongside you. The simple sincerity of those words meant more to Harry than any elaborate praise. He had spent so many years alone, fighting battles no child should have faced, that having true allies, family, still felt like a miracle. We should go, McGonagall called from across the room. The portkeys to Stormhaven are ready. As they gathered around the portkeys, Harry took one last look at their unlikely coalition, Gryffindors and Slytherins, professors and students, wizards and goblins, all united against a common enemy. The path ahead would be difficult, fraught with dangers they could only begin to imagine, but for the first time, he felt genuinely hopeful about their chances. Not because of prophecy or destiny or the machinations of greater powers, but because of the choices they had all made, to stand together, to fight for what was right rather than what was easy. McGonagall had been right that November night when she had looked at Harry's name emerging from the goblet and seen not just danger, but a turning point. Her choice to resign, to put his safety above all else, had set in motion a cascade of changes that had altered the very foundations of the wizarding world. As the portkey activated, whisking them away to the safety of Stormhaven, Harry knew with absolute certainty that whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them not as the boy who lived, not as Dumbledore's weapon or pawn, but as himself, Harry James Potter, forged in the fires of adversity into something stronger than anyone could have predicted. The war had begun, but this time, they would fight it on their terms. Epilogue. 1 year later the Great Hall of Hogwarts buzzed with end-of-term excitement as students prepared to depart for summer holidays. At the Gryffindor table, Harry sat surrounded by friends, his 5th year officially complete. "Can you believe it's been a year?" Hermione marveled, setting aside the latest edition of the Daily Prophet whose headline proclaimed, "Ministry Reform Bill Passes, Amelia Bones confirmed as first elected Minister of Magic." "Sometimes it feels like yesterday," Harry admitted. "Other times, it feels like a lifetime ago." Ron nodded around a mouthful of pudding. "Remember how Fudge tried to deny everything even after the Aurors testified? Didn't last a week before the vote of no confidence." "The power of public pressure," Neville commented. He had changed perhaps the most of all of them over the past year, growing from a shy, uncertain boy into a confident young man who now led the Student Defense Coalition. Once people knew the truth, they demanded action. Harry's gaze drifted to the Slytherin table, where Draco sat with Blaise Zabini and Daphne Greengrass. The house dynamics had shifted dramatically following Voldemort's return and Lucius Malfoy's subsequent defection. Though Draco was still Draco, proud and occasionally difficult, he had become an unlikely bridge between houses that had been divided for generations. At the staff table, McGonagall was engaged in conversation with the new defense against the dark arts professor, Sirius Black, whose appointment had caused quite the stir but whose practical teaching approach had quickly made him one of the most popular instructors in recent memory. Beside him sat Remus Lupin, returned as the newly created professor of magical theory, a course developed specifically to address gaps in traditional magical education. Dumbledore, still headmaster but now working collaboratively with a council of advisors that included student representatives, caught Harry's eye and raised his goblet in a silent toast. Their relationship remained complex, respectful but cautious, the trust slowly rebuilding through shared purpose rather than blind faith. The past year had seen its share of battles, both magical and political. Voldemort had recovered from the interrupted ritual and gathered followers, but his return was no secret. The wizarding world had mobilized in ways not seen since the First War, with new alliances forming across traditional boundaries. The Horcrux hunt continued methodically. The diadem had been destroyed, and Dumbledore had located and neutralized the Gaunt Ring. Only Nagini and one other unidentified Horcrux remained before Voldemort himself could be confronted directly. "Hey," Ron nudged him, breaking his reverie. "You going straight to Stormhaven for the summer?" Harry nodded. "For the first few weeks. Then we'll be traveling a bit, Sirius wants to visit some black family properties in France that might have useful books for our research. And the training program? Hermione asked, lowering her voice despite the general noise of the hall. Starting in July, Harry confirmed. McGonagall's arranged everything with Madame Bones. 10 of us in the first group. The program was perhaps their most ambitious project yet, an elite training initiative for selected students who showed particular aptitude and commitment, preparing them not just to survive the war but to help shape the peace that would follow. Harry, along with his closest friends and a few carefully chosen others, would be the first cohort. Hard to believe how much has changed, Ron mused, unusually reflective. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if McGonagall hadn't resigned that night, if she'd just let things play out like everyone expected. Harry had wondered the same thing many times. How different might the world be if his name had come out of the goblet and events had proceeded according to Voldemort's original plan? How many would have suffered or died while the Ministry denied the obvious truth? I think, he said slowly, that's the point of it all, really. One person making a different choice can change everything that follows. McGonagall chose to protect me rather than follow orders. That led to us discovering the truth about my inheritance, my magic, the Horcruxes, everything cascaded from that single moment. Like ripples in a pond, Hermione nodded thoughtfully. Exactly. And now we all have choices to make, every day, in ways big and small, that will determine what kind of world emerges from this conflict. As the feast concluded and students began filing out toward the carriages that would take them to Hogsmeade Station, Harry lingered, taking a final look around the Great Hall. Hogwarts had been his first home, and despite everything that had happened, it still held a special place in his heart. Ready, Potter? McGonagall appeared beside him, her formal teaching robes exchanged for traveling attire as she prepared to accompany him to Stormhaven. Ready, he confirmed, standing to join her. As they walked together through the familiar corridors of Hogwarts, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought them here, from that moment of crisis when his name had emerged from the goblet to the complex web of alliances and strategies they now navigated. They had changed the rules of the game. Voldemort had expected to face an isolated, manipulated boy. Instead, he confronted a unified force led by a young man who understood his own power and heritage. The Dark Lord had planned to return in secret. Instead, his resurrection had been witnessed, challenged, and compromised from the start. The war was far from over, but the terms of engagement had been fundamentally altered. And it all began with one person saying, no, when everyone expected compliance. A Canute for your thoughts? McGonagall asked as they reached the entrance hall, echoing her question from a year earlier. Harry smiled. I was just thinking about choices. And how grateful I am for yours. McGonagall's expression softened, a rare public display of the affection she had come to hold for him. One of the few in my life I've never doubted, Mr. Potter. Together they stepped out into the summer sunshine, not as teacher and student, but as equals and allies, ready to face whatever challenges awaited in the continuing struggle against darkness. Behind them, Hogwarts stood as it had for centuries, but ahead lay a future they were actively creating, choice by choice, day by day. A future forged in fire, but tempered with wisdom and hope. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.